What's going on? All right, yeah, everything looks good here. As is tradition, as is always the case, games never start on time in college because you're not a person. You're a consumer, you're a commodity, you're something that's only represented by your buying power, which is why we will be waiting for this game to kick off. What's going on, Graham? What's going on, buddy? We might do this game, and we might also stream Duke Cal till like 2 in the morning again. Now, my daughter's fixing to be dropped off, so I might have to leave for a second and deal with trying to get her to bed, which is always fun. Because if any of you have a 5-year-old in your life, a cousin, a little brother or sister, they're not too fond of going to bed. Well, why don't you have to go to bed? Because I'm grown. That's what's kick-ass about being an adult. Do whatever I want. One day you'll be, 30 whatever, and then you'll get to do whatever you want and stay up way too late and hate your life in the morning. Pretty much how it works. All right, let's get the stream set up here where I can see the statistics. We're in Tallahassee tonight. Alabama survives Vanderbilt. I'll tell you, Diego Pavia did not have a good game, man. But they still a legit team. Holy smokes, WreckTalk is live. Yeah. Run and tell the press. Run and tell them. Like last night's stream, yeah, we might just stream till 2 in the morning. I don't have good sense about me. You know how I roll. Eddie Blackburn. What's going on, buddy? How is Penn State? I think you mean to say ranked. Yeah, Penn State should be unranked this week. Them and Texas should be unranked. That Penn State was still ranked in the top 10 was complete insanity. I mean, I get that UCLA, you hear about the interim bump, but come on, man. UCLA is as down as anybody in the country right now. And you let UCLA, all 150 of their fans in attendance, give you an L to tote back to Pennsylvania. That's sad. 30-14 is not surviving. Yeah, it was close for a while. I mean, it was close up into the fourth quarter. Difference in the game between Vandy and Alabama was the turnovers. Pavia, how many picks did Diego Pavia throw? A good many. Now we have to decide who we're going to be rooting for in this game. As a Tech fan, I should be rooting for Florida State in this game, just as far as paths to Charlotte for Georgia Tech. However, I'm not, because screw Florida State. I'll be rooting for Miami. Damn them for making me root for reptilian man suit wearer Carson Beck. Does Miami losing help Tech at all? Yes, because they would have one loss. Florida State would have one loss. Now, who has no losses in the ACC? Virginia. Again, even though Virginia lost to NC State, that wasn't a conference game. That was something they added to the schedule because they couldn't find another team to play. And Virginia won today. So Virginia currently undefeated in the ACC. Did Louisville get beat? Let's go to ESPN real quick. If a Gator fan can root for FSU, so can you. I'm good, dude. Yeah, Texas loses today. That was, we all saw that coming, though, kind of, didn't we? Let me filter to the ACC here. Duke, we just talked about, will play Cal in California, in that place they call Berkeley. Virginia beat Louisville. So now the only undefeated ACC teams are Duke, Cal, which one of them will have a loss, Miami and Georgia Tech. Right? Clemson obviously has 2 ACC losses. North Carolina might not win a single ACC game. Wake has 2 ACC losses. Virginia Tech has 1 ACC loss. Has NC State played? They're 3-1 in the ACC. SMU undefeated in the ACC. So it's SMU, whoever wins between Duke and Cal, Miami, Georgia Tech, and who else did I say? Virginia. There's 5. So if Florida State were to win tonight, there would definitely be 4. Surprised we ain't hate watching Colorado. I might flip over Colorado. But here's the thing. With Colorado, you know what it's going to be. It'll probably be close for a good bit in that game. Actually, it might not. TCU might beat the dog shit out of Colorado, truth be told. But Deion's going to quit. We all know Deion and his entire team's going to quit. We know what it's going to be. Yeah, TCU does have a legit offense. So the game is supposed to kick at 7:30, right? 7:42. At 7:42, if it weren't for dickheads like this, there'd never be anyone late in the world, would there? If it weren't for dickheads like these that make the game not kick on time, Sea-Dog would be on time every time. Now he has this excuse because the thing's going to kick late anyway. So why would he get to the game on time? The line is TCU minus 14.5. Wow. That's something else. Where's my wristbands? Where'd I put them? They're somewhere around here. I feel like we got it. When I'm not streaming Georgia Tech, we have to have the wristbands on. I think that's the play. It's like movies and movie theaters starting 45 minutes after their listed time. Yeah, because we got to advertise a bunch of bullshit to you. Like I said, when the stream cranked up, you're not a person. You're a consumer. You're a commodity. You're someone who is equated with your buying power, and that's all you are to anyone outside of your family. Unfortunately. Program comparison. 677 wins for Miami to 586 for Florida State, 5 natties to 3, 2 Heisman winners to 3. None of this matters, obviously, but it's something to talk about. Boom. If we lose, it's not our fault. It was the refs and ACC. Get ready for that. Get ready for that. James Franklin to Florida. Might not be a bad move. These idiots who are always late, Sea-Dog. Yeah, I'll never pass up an opportunity to shit on Sea-Dog for being late places, ever. I told you on my deathbed, that's probably the last thing I say. I have one thing to say before I leave this world. I wish Sea-Dog could be on time more. Bye. Do that. Virginia in the ACC championship. Let's see what the rest of their schedule looks like. They'll move up in the rankings. They just beat Louisville, which might be the toughest game left on their schedule. They've got Washington State, which is not a conference game, at North Carolina. They'll beat the brakes off North Carolina. At Cal. Cal is this team that has no idea who they are. They might show up and beat someone's ass. They might show up in dresses and get their asses beat. Wake Forest, probably a little tougher than we thought. At Duke, Virginia Tech. Their schedule sets up nicely. Like they don't have Miami. They don't have Florida State. They don't play Georgia Tech. Honestly, I'm glad we don't play Virginia. Virginia might beat our asses right now. I think they will rank Florida. I don't know about that. And drop Texas only a few spots. The only reasonable thing that could happen, I think, is for Florida to remain unranked and Texas to be unranked. Also, we'll move Bama way up and hardly move Vandy. Yeah, they'll probably, well, because Penn State lost, so they'll definitely move to number 7. Who else lost? Number 9 lost today. Was there another top 10 team that lost today? Let's go to the top 25. Oklahoma won. A lot of top 10 teams on a bye. Here comes Miami. The Hurricanes. Woo! Woo! Speaking of Sea-Dog, he got a lot of traction on his post-Wake video. Yeah, he talked about Josh Pate, which really a lot of people missed. I've talked to him about it. A lot of people missed the point of that video, which was not as much the call, but as wishy-washy and bullshit as Josh Pate can be. Again, the guy that last season, I think it was week 8, said volcanic upset weekend, also picks every game the favorite. Picks favorites in every game, but says massive upset weekend. When upsets happen, he claims genius, which is completely stupid on every level. No, Miami does not play Virginia. Virginia doesn't play Florida State or Miami. They just beat Louisville. And then they've got like Duke, Virginia Tech. I don't even know if they got Boston College. Well, I just read off their schedule. I don't remember what it was, but. If FSU wins, does that open up Virginia versus Georgia Tech? Well, Georgia Tech's got to handle business, and I'm not at all confident that Georgia Tech can handle business going throughout the season. Oh, yeah, Josh Pate ain't met a straw man that he won't argue with. Josh Pate loves straw men. So Georgia Tech could go undefeated and not make the ACC title game. I mean, yeah, I guess they could. You'd have to have 3 undefeated teams. Then I think they look at head-to-head matchups. And then they look at common opponents. And then I think they look at margin of victory. And I'm pretty sure it's in that order. Something like that. Jambalay's getting close. Hey, good looking. What you got cooking? How about cooking up something with me? All right, they got this guy who claims to be an Indian on a horse with the spear, the flaming spear. Here he goes. Boom. Does he always ride off like this with his arm out? Georgia Tech, Virginia, and Miami could all go undefeated, but that would mean Georgia Tech beat NC State, who's the common opponent with Virginia. All right, we've already figured it out. See, that's a Georgia Tech stream for you. We've already done the math. And is that true? Like if Georgia Tech won out with the common opponents, would that guarantee Georgia Tech an ACC title berth? You could convince me of it for sure. You can convince me of it. Let me get a water. All right, here we go. Here we go. Lined up for the kickoff. Florida State's going to get the ball first, which is already an advantage. Oh, my God, they've got these bedazzled dudes. They just showed 2 guys that are completely bedazzled in gold and whatever burgundy they wear. Boy, that's got to be painful to get off, doesn't it? Do you think they got that bedazzle on their peckers too? That's something I would do. I would just bedazzle my pecker. Also, pecker, every one of your dads uses that word all the time. Every one of them. I know Papa Rec does. He'll call Papa Wreck. I'll be on the phone with him when he's driving, and he'll get mad at someone and call them a peckerwood. Come on, peckerwood, move out of the way. I didn't know that was a thing. All right, 1st and 10, Florida State from the 25. I do believe it. Well, I think it's only relevant if they're in conference. But the ones he named were NC State and Virginia. All right. Little draw here for a big gain. Well, for 7 yards or so. All right. Impact players, Gavin Sawchuk, running back for Florida State. Deuce Robinson, yeah, that guy's like 6'7", and defensive end and linebacker for on defense for Miami. Florida State gets stuffed, runs it up the middle. He gets slung back like a ragamuffin, as Mama Wreck would say. The Virginia-NC State game was played as non-conference. You know, that's a good question. Since it was played non-conference, would they treat it, would they not look at it as common opponent? It would be kind of crazy not to, but maybe. 3rd and 2. Fake the handoff. Throw. Got a man open. Wide open to the 40. Tries to juke and just fall. They hit this guy wide open. He tries to juke at the 40 and he just ends up eating shit. How did he get so open? Man. Rick, what happened to Penn State today? I don't know. You lose to UCLA right now, you ought to just forfeit the rest of the season, though. I want to create a collage of Tech football team. Just need players you'd want to include. Well, I trust you could figure that out. I mean, you'd have Haynes King, Jamal Haynes, Clayton Powell-Lee. Step back to throw. Casanellis takes off running. Got room. He'll get a first down and then some. He'll pick up about 15 yards on 1st and 10. Yeah, Casanellis is a little sneaky. All right, 1st and 10 for Florida State. It's win percentage against all common opponents? Okay. Okay, I'll trust you. Penn State always lets down. Yeah, might have to do with their sordid history, you think? They just kind of kept ignoring crimes. 1st and 10, Florida State. Fake it up the middle and then hit the end around. They'll pick up about 5. They're in the red zone now. They're on the 20. If Georgia Tech plays Vandy right now, who would you pick? Probably Vandy. I'm a little down on Tech right now after that Wake game. It might not be a good time to ask me. Second and 6 for Florida State on the 20, on the Miami 20. They're going to have to call a timeout or take a delay of game here. Yep, they're going to take a timeout. They tried to audible with like 7 seconds on the play clock. I don't know what they're doing. Will this be another nerd out at halftime? Nerd outs for, I think, like midnight. So maybe during the, if we end up doing Duke at Cal, which would be like a 8-hour straight stream. Yeah, maybe. I hope we can all remember from last time, you assholes that want to try and assign a value to 1/0 out of your minds ought to be thrown in jail. Nothing pisses me off like someone trying to assign a value to dividing any number by 0. Wake beat UGA today. What? In what? Well, Wake beating Virginia Tech is good for us. Handoff up the middle. Looked like it was a read option give. Pick up about 4 or 5. It'll be 3rd and 1. The guy who said encryption wasn't real because he didn't understand how it worked. Yeah. Pitch option here, first down for Florida State. The old speed option. 6 dimension, you can divide by 0? No. Incorrect. You can add as many dimensions as you want. It doesn't change the fact that dividing by 0 is naughty. And it's naughty, okay, and you shouldn't do it. First and goal. Handoff up the middle. About 2-3 yards. 1 divided by 0 equals the brain of the average Florida State fan. It does not exist. Yeah, it's unbounded. Again, you could say it's positive or negative infinity. And then if you take 0 divided by 0, you can literally make that be any number you'd want to make. It's an indeterminate form. Second and goal. Throw. Incomplete. Tried to throw like a fade there. Florida State wanted the flag. Didn't get it. Thank God Tech misses the powerhouse of the ACC, UVA. Yeah, I probably agree with holding the flag there. Is our performance against the bye week the most complete performance we've had this year? Probably. Yeah, you could convince me of that. Third and goal here for Florida State. Boy, they'd really like to punch this thing in here. Step back to throw. Castanelos takes off running. Good open field tackle there by Miami. He's going to be about 5 yards short of the goal. You would think you kick a field goal here and get on the board, but, who knows with Gus. Yeah, that was a hell of an open field tackle. Castanelos can be tricky to get down. Yep, they're going to kick the field goal. Jake Weinberg. Who's going to do it? You, Lieutenant Weinberg. A Few Good Men's great. If y'all haven't seen that, y'all need to go see A Few Good Men. No one knows why he calls out Lieutenant Weinberg in A Few Good Men. He literally has no interaction with him whatsoever. Yeah, I think I might, depending on how I feel. So Florida State will go up 3-0. I sleep 500 yards away from Cubans that are trained to kill me. I'd rather you just said thank you and went on your way. Either way, I don't give a damn what you think you are entitled to. That guy's goated. Miller Moss has made so many critically bad plays for Louisville this year. Yeah, I didn't see any of the game. What an incredible day of football. We've had 4 games within at 4 minutes in the fourth at the same time. I love you, Captain Jack, but that sentence was a disaster. I ain't got no clue what you're trying to say. You can't handle the truth. I believe they were in grave danger. You said Crystal? Is there any other kind? The 1:30 a.m. streaming activity was a fever dream. What's going on, Pigskin Pete in the house? If Pigskin Pete's in here, we got to go with the band. What do we do with the bands? Where's my wristbands at? Why are you guys not helping me locate the wristbands? Why do I have a Goomba on my desk? No one knows. I don't know where the wristbands went. Bullshit, though. I know that. No, that's bullshit. Oh, there they are. I found them. Never to worry. I found the wristbands. Now, like I said, X-Rex is going to be dropping off Mini-Rec at some point. So I might have to step away for a second. But, she can never give you a time she's going to be any damn where, though. Tell you that. Hey, what time? Just here and there. Can you just give me a time? I got shit to do, lady. There's people out here that need to know my opinion on string theory. And they're not going to hear it if you can't adhere to a schedule, you need to get her picks for next week. Yeah, I did. So Pete had Florida plus 6.5, UVA plus 7, and Clemson minus 14. Which means he went 3-0. The coin only got Florida plus 6.5 right. It took Louisville minus 7, which wasn't the worst pick. And then, my God, Carl took any line with North Carolina. Carl's an idiot. X-Rex is living in a simulation. X-Rex is living in a world that she believes that the rules don't apply to her. I assure you they do. She's about to FAFO, though. What if she walked in just now? Oh, hey, no, we're just having fun over here. No big thing. Please don't make my life difficult. We're cool. Love you. Did you see how I told her off, though, right? All right, kickoff, no return. Miami will come out for the first time tonight. Yeah, you got to ask me nicely. Man, we can't even on YouTube do that whole spiel. You stand there in that sissy white uniform. From your filthy sewer, you will extend me some courtesy. I wanted the damn transfer order. 1st and 10 for Miami. They're going to go empty set. They'll throw a little tunnel screen looking thing. Pick up about 4. Do you know how many times watching Tech football I've felt like Tom Cruise in the scene where he's drunk? Should we or should we not take the advice of the galactically stupid? It's also how I felt during my marriage. All right. 2nd and 7 for Miami. They're going to go under center here. Hand it off. I'll pick up about 2 there. Probably 2nd and 5 going out. Oh, they're getting chippy already. I love that in football when you see people like, takes a while for the whistle to get blown, and then you just see people like girls. Typewriter maintenance, the Rocco Club School for Women. Yeah. Who do you think is the biggest threat left in Tech's schedule, excluding UGA? I'll have to look. Give me a second. 3rd and 5. Beck throws. They'll get the first. That number 10, I remember him from the Notre Dame game. What is it? Horton? What's his name? The kid's like 17 years old or something. He's a freaking phenom. Let's look at Tech's schedule here. All right. 1st and 10 now for Miami. Handoff up the middle. They'll pick up 2 or 3. Do you hear how fast I type? None of y'all can type like me. None of y'all. We've got Virginia Tech at Duke, Syracuse, at NC State, at Boston. Honestly, man, Pitt's quarterback got hurt, right? Probably Duke. It's probably Duke. Appreciate the $2 super chat from Nerdstop. Says the biggest threat to Tech is Tech itself. The only thing we have left to fear is fear itself. 2nd and 8. How is that not a penalty? I thought you couldn't motion more than one guy at a time. Play action for Beck. Steps up in the pocket. Deep ball. Underthrown. Incomplete. Same brain cell. UVA might be a threat. We don't play UVA. We don't play UVA. Like I said, we've got Virginia Tech at Duke, Syracuse at NC State, at Boston College, Pitt, and Georgia. We don't play Virginia, which is probably, as far as trying to run the table, good. Like, we don't have Louisville. We don't have Miami. We don't have Florida State. I'm bathing your daughter before we leave. About to get her in the bath. Oh, she hadn't even left the house yet? Well, damn, it's 8 o'clock. How do you expect this child to get any sleep? Another deep ball for Beck on third. Oh, Yeah, another deep ball. Miami's going to have to punt. I'm trying to learn about what's going on with my own child, trying to watch this game, trying to look at our schedule. Let's see what he saw here. So he sees, single coverage safety over top, lets it go, but he got hurried, wasn't really able to get into that throw. There is a flag. And Beck, like almost every quarterback in college football, has to have some kind of meaningful thing face painted on his face. So he's got the crosses, which don't mean nothing to him. He's talking about a girl's tits on Snapchat and wanting to bang her brains out or whatever. And he ain't married. Look, I'm Mormon now, so that matters to me for some reason. 7:32 to go, 4th and 16. Miami will punt. It takes about 3 years to get this punt off for some reason. Pretty good punt. Fair caught at the 20. I'll tell you why C-Dog being late irritates me so. And he might not want to be my friend after this. This stuff I dealt with the whole time I was married. Hey, do you think we can get there on time this time? You know that I literally get sick to my stomach if we're going to be late somewhere. Do you think maybe? Oh, yeah, no problem. Oh, she's downtown. The hell are you doing downtown? Yeah, who knows what's going on with her? I ain't got no clue. I pay not to deal with it now. C-Dog has no respect for time. He doesn't. And Pigskin Pete knows as well as me, because he does the ACC show with C-Dog. How often is C-Dog late on the ACC show? How often? Pretty damn often. C-Dog and WreckTalk need couples therapy. He had a baby shower today. I went to it, and they had some barbecue pork and some macaroni and cheese. I pounded the hell out of that half the time, and from what I'm told, that's about 50%. It's approximately somewhere in the neighborhood of 50%. Those are dog shit numbers. Probably having a kid will help with that. It didn't help X-Rex none. Where the hell is she? What do you mean having a kid will help that? That's one of the common fallacies that people have, that they think having a kid will make them more mature. I have a kid. Look at me right now. I get on streams and I talk about wieners and string theory, and I wear pickleball headbands. It doesn't make you more mature. What's going on, Mayhem? Yeah, plenty of people have kids. They're complete dumbasses, just like me. When people are late, it means they're effectively using their time and packing their schedule tight. Bro.
What? Bro, what are you talking about, man?
Yeah, I don't know about that. I'm early for everything I do, says Pete. If I'm not, I literally get physically unwell if I'm late. Like I wig out about it. And I will get angry. I will say horrible things to people. I'll throw a card at them. I'll say something that changes the relationship forever because I don't want to be late. All right, Florida State's going to take over from their own 20. So they'll take an early lead, 3-0. What is it? Is Miami still -4.5 when they kick this game? Miami blitzes. Castanella's going to get eat up in the backfield, keeping a read option. He gets ate up for about a 5-yard loss. Very superstitious, riding on the wall. The words of that song are kind of crazy and make no sense. 2nd and 14 now for Florida State. Damn. They'll motion the guy, hand it off up the middle. He'll break through, big run. He'll get a first down. He'll pick up about 14 and get the first down on that. I always try to make a 15-minute buffer. Well, that's because you respect other people's time. That's good. I'm going to Tech versus UGA game in the Benz. That'll be good. I mean, I won't be there, but those tickets are not cheap. Your singing voice isn't horrible, Wreck. I know it's not horrible. Do you want me to get the old flat top out for you and prove it to you and start my country music career right now? Well, I'm just a bartender. James Taylor was cracked, and so was George Jones. Bartender Blues was written by James Taylor, but George Jones made it famous. George Jones is one of the people I respect most in life, by the way. Got the moniker No-Show Jones because he would literally get so shit-ass drunk he wouldn't even be able to perform at his own shows. So they started just calling him No-Show Jones. Got a DUI on his lawnmower. Just a complete degenerate human being that should be respected. If I'd be better at country or rap, I know, right? I'm the lyrical genius of a generation. I'm not going to say what ethnicity the doctor was. If you guys haven't paid attention to Kanye West lately, man, that guy, like everything he says is a closing bit in a stand-up special. Like everything that Kanye tweets out, you like that. Bill Burr could close with that. He could close with that thing Kanye tweeted. It would work. Also, what is Bill Burr doing? This Saudi Arabia comedy tour? What are you doing? I don't understand this. Shane Gillis turned it down. He turned it down. They doubled the money, and he still turned it down. First of all, I can't think of a place less safe to do comedy than Saudi Arabia. They don't tend to be super open-minded about any criticism toward things that they feel strongly about. Is it Iran? Where's it? Hold on. I thought it was... Oh, by the way, speaking of that, Saudi money is buying EA Sports. So get prepared for the next college football game. It's going to be owned by the Saudis. Yeah, it's in Saudi Arabia, this comedy tour. And don't think that they won't sink their money into college football either. We saw it happen with golf, with the Live Tour. Oh, perfect. My Jewish friend just said, hey, I'll give you a call tomorrow. I'm at a bar mitzvah tonight. A bar mitzvah. What do you do? Isn't a bar mitzvah just an excuse to give money to people? Saudi buying EA is, gee, I changed my mind. Well, look, I mean, imagine Notre Dame playing a game in Saudi Arabia. Yeah, wouldn't be good. They have similar views on young people, though, don't they? They might be natural allies for all we know. Like, oh, you like them young too? Yeah, so do we. Yeah, they might be natural allies. Oh, they got Corso here. How old is Lee Corso, by the way? Bar mitzvahs are lit. I've never been to one. When that guy's mom died, I went to the, it wasn't even the funeral because you have to be, like they do like a wealth check before you go in. It's like New Vegas, where if you don't have enough caps to go to the strip, then they won't let you in. But I went to something else, and they gave us little pamphlets that had what you sing in them. And I was like, cool, I get to keep this. And no, they confiscated those. That you didn't. Shiva. Yeah, I went to the Shiva. He's 90. Wow. 3rd and 5, Florida State. We've been talking about bar mitzvahs and bullshit, and we're missing the game. Oh, throw downfield. He almost caught that. Falling down, though. Florida State will have to punt. Damn, Lee Corso's 90. We should be the next Golden Bachelor. Dude, I bet Lee Corso, I bet he bumped a lot of fuzz in the day. That's just what I think. Like, she'd be like, all right, I'm just gonna, you can drop me off here. And then he's like, not so fast, my friend. You're coming home with me. 4th and 5, Florida State will punt. Get it away. Fair caught by Miami on 23, it looks like. 22 or 23. Not so fast, my friend. I think Lee Corso roomed with Burt Reynolds in college. You have 100 on FSU to cover. Is this the right number, Pete? Is that the right number? 4.5? Yeah, Burt Reynolds went to Florida State, and then he was in Deliverance, and we all lost respect for him because he cried like a whiny bitch for 80% of that movie because he got shot in the leg with an arrow by a bunch of hillbillies. 1st and 10, Miami on the 21, their own 21, another throw to the flat. Every other play in college football is a throw to the running back running a flat. You have +4. Okay. Let's put that on the board. You know? So Pete, he's got FSU. He's got FSU +4. All right. So if you end up hitting it, we're going to give you a smiley face. And if you don't hit it, well, you get a frowny face. Okay? That's how we'll do it. 2nd and 7, Miami. Handoff up the middle. 1st down, Miami. Damn, we pick up about 10 yards off that. Yeah, chat's not liking FSU to cover, Pete. Why didn't you consult us before you made this decision? All right, 1st and 10, Miami. Play action. Beck steps back to throw. Deep ball. Got a man open. Hits him. Damn, that's probably a 40-yard throw. That definitely gets him in the red zone, doesn't it? And then the guy's doing a peekaboo, but there's a penalty. Is this going to be a hold? Jerry McGallanays holding defense. All right, so it'll be declined, so the play will stand. 1st down. Let's see what route did he just run a post? Yeah, he just ran a kind of a skinny post. I mean, he didn't even do much. He just gave him like the most nonchalant head fake there and just ran by him. Pete's hoping for Cristobal to Cristobal. Well, they're not playing Georgia Tech, so not likely to happen. I might stay on for the Duke game after this. I have another damn baby shower to go to tomorrow, though, for my cousin. 1st and 10 for Miami. Handoff. Oh, he come out of that thing. They pick up about 6. Yeah, pick up 6 on that run up the middle. Miami rolling. Coach Coop is at the game, by the way. Saw him on Twitter. Second and 5 for Miami. 4 minutes to go in the first quarter. See if Miami can punch this thing in. 4-play, 65-yard drive. Be another handoff. That'll make it about 3rd and a long one. 3rd and 1.5. I'm kind of curious, how much NFL do you watch? 0. Same number of ACC titles Miami has. 0. And how long do you think it will take for college football to adopt the dynamic playoff? What I don't know what you mean by dynamic playoff or dynamic kickoff. Guys, I forgot I can't read. Like AI, I just make stuff up. I don't know, but that dynamic kickoff is bullshit, and it's a travesty to watch. 3rd and 1, run up the middle. They're going to be short. It's going to be 4th and 1. Thoughts and prayers for Tech, man? What are you talking about? I'm 45-year-old man with 2 kids, never been to a baby shower. What are you doing? Well, evidently I'm expected to be there, and I don't want to catch any shit. So I'm probably going to pop in and be like, look, here's some money. I got to go. I got shit to do. First of all, I'm going to have my kid with me. She don't want to stand there and watch someone open gifts for a baby. And neither do I. 4th and 1. Handoff. It looks like he got it. Yeah, he got it. So Miami will convert that 4th down. Men don't belong at baby showers. Look, I guess unless it's your baby's mama's baby shower, but man, Miami went I formation here. I like that. How often do you see I formation? How old did Pete say? Pete's 45. Dang. 1st and goal from the 9 for Miami. They'll go under center again. Play action, roll out. Beck sets his feet, throws. That was a dangerous throw. He ends up completing it. There were 2 Florida State defenders right there. So what is it? 2nd and goal from the 4. Minute 15 to go in the first. Florida State fans doing the chop. Cal fans crying right now. Cherokee Rose. All right, 2nd and goal. Play action, slant, touchdown. I guess was that an RPO or is that just straight play action? 45 ain't old. I never said it was old. Why are you putting words in my mouth? It can't be because I'm 48. Well, you know what they say, 48's the new it's middle-aged. It's middle-aged. Is 62 old? No. I mean, compared to Bill, you're a spring chicken. Extra point, good. So Miami on the board. They'll go up 7-3. Mike Norvell always has a bewildered look on his face whenever anything goes wrong. I tell you one thing that I can't really abide, and I don't know how you guys feel about it, but any coach that sounds like a 12-year-old, I don't respect. Like, listen to any Mike Norvell press conference. The man sounds like his balls haven't dropped yet. Sounds like he's yet to go through puberty, and I don't trust it. Got to have a little grizzle in your voice to be a college football coach. Be a football coach in general. CJ Daniels. Last season with LSU, I missed the stat. Colorado 7-0 lead on TCU. Oh, my God. We're back. Deion's the greatest coach ever. Doing a bunch of dumbass shit and pretending it's coaching works. Look at us. All right. Miami to kick off here in Tallahassee. No return. No return. Some people say Casanellos, he fumbles a lot, but he's fast. Ware County High School, huh? Recruited by Gus Malzahn. Oh, am I way behind? You sure I'm way behind? No, I hit live. I just hit live. Did you enter a wormhole? 1st and 10 from the 25 for Florida State. Flags, probably going to be a false start. Yeah, why are you trying to make problems when there aren't any? I have to go Tony Soprano. Tony, number 1, I was doing a lot of coke. Number 2, she was a hooah. 1st and 15 now for Florida State. Play act, well, RPO, they'll dump it to the tight end. He just he just tries to spear the defender with his helmet. Be 2nd down. Do you guys remember when Tony paid his own sister $3,000 to learn about the weirdo shit that Ralphie did with his sister? 2nd and 13. Casanello steps up, takes off running, but he'll get brought down for about a 3-yard gain. That'll end the first quarter, by the way. Be an ideal time for mini wreck to get dropped off, but, you know, none of that can make sense. All right, so after 1 quarter of play, Pete at +4 is pushing right now. You're pushing, Pete. Pete, how do you feel? Are you still confident in your bet? Are you confident? Would be nice for Sea-Dog to be here. Yeah, he should show up. He can sit right here. Pete is confident. Are you confident? Oh, what is this? Can I just tell you guys something? Horror movies are dumb. Any horror movie that has to do with ghost is dumb. Just gonna put that out there. It's not real. Why? How am I gonna be afraid of something that doesn't exist? Sinners was great. What did I watch? What's the one? It's like a movie series about the couple that pretended to help people with their possessed like houses and stuff. And they had like the little Annie doll, and they're like, "Oh yeah, this thing like kills people." I forget their names, but they were charlatans. What's going on, Slim? Slim, you got to be feeling good right now. Y'all have reined in Casanello. So he's had like a run or two where he's kind of broken contain on you, but you've rounded him up pretty good. Ghosts are dumb, but Wreck and Sea-Dog doing Ghost Hunters ripoff would be cap. I am so startled. What was that? It was the door I just shut. What are you talking about? The ugly stepsister. Ed and Lorraine Warren, yeah. They're a bunch of wackadoodles. Or were. I'm off work, 2 drinks in, and Miami is winning. Slim is good. Well, that's good to hear, man. That's good to hear. Yeah, Ed and Lorraine Warren. Like, I don't know, man. I mean, there's been like $1 million prize for how many years for anyone that can demonstrate any supernatural ability, and lo and behold, no one's claimed the prize. It's weird. Pete, I still do want to pay a psychic to make picks for us. See how that goes. Get her to pull the tarot cards. Like, oh, the upside down Joker. That means Florida State will not cover. The upside down joker, huh? Means Florida State's going to do Florida State things. What even are tarot cards? How's that supposed to work? I have a supernatural ability. The supernatural ability is to be a Missouri State fan. That is a supernatural ability. Have I seen the version of the Joker in Absolute Batman? No, I have not. I don't know what Absolute Batman is, though. Pete says he'll beat the psychic, too. Wait a second. Why is Pete's stuff not showing up for me? It shows up on the chat over here, but not over here. Anyways, 3rd and 11. Florida State. Oh, it's going to come down to the spot. They might be just short here. We'll have to see. We'll have to see. No, they're going to get it. Man, big conversion for Florida State there. It's a good throw by Casanellos. Had pressure right in his face, throws off his back foot. All right, 1st and 10, Florida State. On their own 35, handoff up the middle. Nothing going there. No, you're not blocked. I can see you now. For some reason, you showed up off the Streamlab stuff, but I didn't see you in my OBS chat. They're being automatically held for review. What did he say that would warrant being held for review? I don't even I have the only moderation I have are there certain words that are blocked. And he didn't say any of them. Play action, Florida State. Screen, incomplete. I'd beat a psychic too. Maybe psychic getting banned. Maybe it didn't like that he said psychic. Why would that matter? You're not allowed to say psychics are bullshit, which they are. Thinking of an M or an N name, maybe Mary. Does that resonate? Living or dead? Please make this hit for me while I'm in front of people. No, I'm not doing cold reading. I just have to start with a letter. Offsides for Miami here. Oh, YouTube took to mean physically beat. Okay. There's a guy named James Randi that made a career out of debunking psychic idiots. If you haven't seen that dude was awesome. Broke a lot of Houdini's records and escaping things and whatnot. Yeah, James Randi's goated. He died a few years ago, but he was awesome. 3rd and 5, throw complete. Big, yeah. He threw it to that big tall zero there. Another 3rd down conversion for Florida State, man. Yep, the amazing Randy, the innocent liar. All right, another draw here. Minimal gain. James Randi was good. Maybe at halftime we'll pull up one of his videos because there's one in particular that's hilarious. All right, 2nd and 9, Florida State. End around. Oh, man. Missed tackle. Still going to be a bit of a loss, I think. On the Bob Barker show. Is that the one with the guy that dressed like this in this Oriental clothing? He had like a fake wig bowl cut thing. And he said he could make paper move with his mind. He was just blowing on the paper. 3rd and 10, Florida State. Casanello steps up. He's not going to get it, though. 4th down on the Miami 40. Astrology is space racism. Let me tell you something. When I was in Physics 1, I'm not the smartest guy, and Jitendra Sharma was my teacher, and he had no chill. Someone would say the wrong answer. Dr. Sharma would say, if you don't know, just don't say anything. People would laugh, and he would be like, no, I'm serious. Like, if you make an idiot of yourself in your career, like, no one's going to take you seriously. And I told him that I wanted to study astrology, and he pointed and laughed at me for like 5 minutes. He just, my TV is timed up with your stream perfectly. If Pete can figure that out, surely anyone can. If a guy that told a PhD in physics that he wanted to study astrology can figure it out, I'm sure anyone can. Yeah, he asked, what are the units of acceleration? And someone said meters per second, which is velocity. He goes, no, that's speed, man. That's speed. If you don't know, just don't say anything. And I think that guy dropped the class not long after that. Yeah, if you can't get through kinematics, then you're gonna have a bad time. Okay. Yeah, Dr. Sharma basically just berated us every day. This is the most stereotypical tech stream of all. Well, you must have missed the one last night where we told you why dividing by 0 is a bunch of horse shit. Goldfellow says he had a teacher that would brag that only a third of the students would pass her class each year. I don't understand that. Like, when I had microelectronic circuits, the guy said, look, this class is hard enough as it is. So, like, there's going to be no big surprises. Like, there's no gotchas. It's just hard. And then I said, that's what she said. Last night hit hard. 6th dimension wreck. Why are you bent on 6 dimensions? I think string theory demands 12. 12 dimensions in string theory, and they're all wrapped up where you can't see them or something. Also, like, the first equation that you'll see or formula in a string theory textbook is the summation of all integers is negative a 12th. So add 1 plus 2 plus 3 plus 4 plus 5 all the way to infinity. Somehow that's minus 1/12. So not only is it a negative number, it's a fraction as well. 6 is on the way to 12. Yeah, that's half of 12. She was bragging about being a bad teacher. Yeah, that's the thing at tech. I mean, let's just call it what it is. There's maybe 10% of those teachers that are good teachers. Most of those teachers are there to do research, and teaching is a nuisance they feel that they have to put up with. And so what happens is you just become resourceful. You just learn to figure it out, which is actually not bad preparation for your career, because you're going to be expected to figure it out there too. Like, look, there's documentation on this. Go figure it out. Leave me alone. 4th and 8. Are they going to go for this? 4th and 8. They are. Snap. Throw. Intercepted. Pete is crying. He's still in bounds. He's still going all the way back. So it goes from 40 to 40. They go for it on 4th to have it intercepted and brought all the way almost back to the Miami 40. No amount of AI will figure CC mind out. Oh, is that your lady friend? I failed in 32 of the 33 dimensions. I mean, let's just be honest. More than 5 dimensions is just bullshit. Okay, you got your X and your Y and your Z axis. Okay, we can all conceive of that. Okay, we can look at something 3-dimensional. Then you can think of it moving around about time. Anything more than that's bullshit. I don't trust it. Why does Wreck look like an extra from the movie Semi-Pro? Oh, the flea flicker for Miami. Deep ball has a man open. Touchdown, Miami. Touchdown, Miami off the damn flea flicker. Yeah, I've got to record that Under Armour video. I'm a little behind in shit I need to be doing. And I apologize and I take full responsibility, but also it is not my fault. Take full responsibility. Now, let me give you some excuses. Boy, Makama's about to disappear forever, isn't he? That dumb piece of shit. Yeah, where's Makama at? Freaking idiot. Oh, never mind. He's a Miami fan. He's about to be more annoying than ever. Damn, I do want Florida State to lose because I hate Florida State fans, but Makama might be the most moronic commenter of all time. Like, at least others are kind of funny and, like, make me laugh. Like, even Vandy Dandy will make me laugh sometimes. There's nothing at all redeemable about that guy, though. It's always funny when obnoxious fans lose and then vanish from the stream. Yeah. Not only from the stream, they just vanish from the internet entirely. And then the minute something happens good with their team, they pop out of the ground like a gopher. They have to wipe their eyes. They haven't seen the light in some time. Yeah, I forgot. Makama is he's a Miami fan. Who does Miami have next? We'll just root against Miami for the next game. What's Miami's schedule? They've got a bye. Both their byes are sandwiched in between this FSU game, by the way. They were on a bye last week, Florida State. And by the way, that'll be the excuse, one of the excuses for the Florida State fan. Well, Miami was on a bye, though. Yeah. 3 or 4 teams you play this year are going to be on a bye. Like 2 or 3 teams are going to have a bye before they play you. So you're mad about playing football? I guarantee you they'll bring that up. Is it any coincidence that the damn ACC scheduled a bye for Miami before us? That any coincidence to you? Freaking idiots, man. No one can predict the stupidity of certain fan bases like old Wreck. So they've got Louisville, they've got Miami has Stanford, at SMU, Syracuse, NC State, at Virginia Tech, at Pitt. So this should be their toughest game moving forward, but then you know how that goes. Altitude is going to beat FSU. Man. Well, the Colorado fans have already left the internet. They're now NFL fans. They've changed their profile pic to Travis Hunter, and now they don't want to talk about college football. Now they want to talk about, man, they just need to trade Shador, man. So, like, you're telling me, as much as every franchise loves to win, they love screwing Shador more. Like, all 32 teams would rather not win than screw Shador in their minds. Come on, man. That's literally the dumbest thing anyone's ever said. FSU is talking all that shit. Go Canes. Yeah. And I'm telling you, I don't care how much if Miami wins and by what margin, there will be some bullshit excuse given for it. It was the refs. And then they'll be posting pictures on Twitter. Look at this play, though. But look at this play, man. You better not get run out of your own stadium and lose Pete $100. Better not. That would be embarrassing. X-Rex is sharing her location with me, sharing her ETA. She'll be here at 8:47. Wait, that's in a minute. So she's going to share her ETA with me a minute before she gets here? I might be the idiot on this, actually. Yeah, I ain't got no clue what's going on. To be honest with you guys, I ain't got no clue. X-Rex, yeah. That's a great name. That's a banger name. All right, 11:25 to go in the second quarter. FSU will take over, down 14-3. There's another little screen to the outside. They'll pick up about 9, though. But they will pick up about 9. And they're going to hurry up, run it up the middle. They'll pick up the first and then some. How about that? How did parent-teacher meeting go a few days ago? Awfully. I was ready. I usually side with my daughter as being a turd. This lady told me, she's like, sometimes you just don't want your daughter to be the topic of conversation at the dinner table. And she was like, parents talk. And I was like, what? I said, hold on, what did you just say? So you think my daughter needs to behave better, not because it's better for her, but because of what other parents might talk about at their dinner table? I was like, look, lady, I've never once thought about what some other parent thinks about my kid. And frankly, it's none of your business. None of your business what other parents talk about. What's wrong with you? So that's how that went. Oh, here he is, dumbass of the year. I said I was rooting for Miami at the start of the game, dummy. 1st and 10 for Florida State. They bounce at the outside. I know one thing, if Florida State does win this game, you'll be gone. You'll be gone thrown into the tall grass. You have to pick up extra hours at Dollar General just to try and cope. Sad. 2nd and 6 for Florida State. McAmon might make me root for Florida State tonight. That's going to be bad. Play action. Castanella's flushed out of the pocket, takes off running. He'll pick up the first down. Damn, as soon as McAmon starts crying, damn, Florida State starts playing well. That's crazy. Oh, shit, are they here? 1st and 10. Oh, incomplete. Tried to run like a counter screen, whatever that was. There's a flag, too. What's the flag? Personal foul on Florida State. What's the personal foul? Dang. Must have been something pretty bad for them to call personal foul on it. Mike Dorvell looking dazed and confused. Oh, yeah. Dude's on the ground, and Florida State lineman dolphin dives on him. Just, yeah, that's completely moronic. What are you doing? Is the whole state of Florida's fan base is just dumber than hell? That's kind of the trend I'm picking up. All right, 1st and 25 after a completely unnecessary personal foul penalty for Florida State. They'll hand it off up the middle. Not much going. Hold on a second. I got to take this. Don't worry, guys. I told her what's up. I said, listen here, lady. Don't you call me while I'm working no more. She said, I'm so sorry. Oh, my God. She said, can I please get on the stream to be relevant? And I said, no, lady. You get enough from me. Third down. Third down for Florida State. 3rd and 21. No one knows how to talk to the ladies like Wreck. I learned everything I know from Touchdown Tim. Oh, we got to look on Twitter at half. I bet Tim's been I bet Tim might have got banned because it thinks he's a bot. He's been tweeting so much. 3rd and 21. Draw Casanellos. Not even close. Not even close. I tell you what, I'm impressed with Miami's defense. Miami's defense looks good. Because Casanellos ran all over Alabama. And I know Alabama isn't, the team that they used to be, but they're not a bad team. They're not a bad defensive team. Miami's defense has done a good job spying down Casanellos. So 4th and 17, Miami will have to punt. What is with this trend with punters taking the snap and standing there like a doofus for 4 seconds? Has anyone noticed that? Like all these punters, if no one's going after the punt, they just stand there like, okay, step 1, catch the snap. Shit, what was the second? Oh yeah, I got to kick it. Like everyone does that. I don't know what they're doing. Casanellos is really good at running on Georgia Tech historically. When did we play Casanellos? I don't recall. I don't recall. Let's see what Touchdown Tim's saying while we're on a commercial break. Key's first year with Boston College. You can live bet FSU right now at +12. Pete, listen to me. Don't do that, okay? If you bet Florida State +12, that's bad, okay? That's degenerate behavior, sir. You need to save your money. If you got to blow money on something, go up to the gas station, get you some of them crunchy nerd bites. They're pretty good, okay? Can attest. Oh, me. Oh, here's Coach Coop. Coach Coop at the game. Yeah, you like my whiteboard and stuff? I don't see Touchdown Tim on a tweet fest right now. An hour ago, last tweet before the game, says Touchdown Tim, FSU fans, get ready to watch Miami beat your ass like a drum. See you clowns after the game. Go Canes. Is he there? He tweeted it, and then he reposted his own tweet. What a boss move. Tweet something and then repost your own tweet. You already did, though. Pete, you know how when Mike Leach, when that girl reporter came up to him and was like, hey, look, thinking about getting married, or, I'm engaged now. And he's like, well, you should have talked to me beforehand, really. That's how I feel right now. Why did you not? In the words of Carolina Jackpot, why did you do that? Why did you do that? Georgia Tech Miami ACC title, huh? I'm not as high on Tech right now. They got a lot of stuff to get sorted out. A lot of stuff to get sorted out. I mean, again, all the things that get you beat, turnovers, penalties, lack of consistency like Tech has been pretty awful at. All right, first attempt for Miami on their own 19. They'll hand it off. Running back bounces it outside, and he'll take a yard loss on it. They made Coop take his shoes off at the game? What? Why would you have to take your shoes off? What? Were his shoes clown shoes or something? They made me take my orange and green shoes off at oh, he's on the field. What? How did he get on the field? This guy right here, man. Do you think one day I'll be as big a deal as Coach Coop? Probably not. Guy can dream, though. 3rd and 2. One day I cannot wear my shoes at, I don't know, Sanford Stadium or something. Tell everyone to go screw themselves. 3rd and 2 for Miami. Empty set. Flag's going to be a false start. What are you doing, Miami? False start, Miami. Hate to see it, though. Well, we got to write Pete's other bet up here. We're going to preliminarily give Pete a frowny face for this. Because it's a bad idea. Just a bad idea, guys. All right. Yeah, you get a frowny face, Pete. Third and 7. Beck steps back, steps up in the pocket, takes off, going to try and get it with his legs. He's not even going to come close. That was one of the more awkward runs you'll see by a quarterback. Mario fitting to F this up. Could be right. Could be right. But I feel like he tends to F things up at home. Lawn Tractor Life. Millis, what's going on? Buddy? Pete, spend the $100 on scratch offs. Better odds. I don't know. Oh. All right. So they punt. I don't think that was a very good punt. I kind of wasn't paying attention. I also kind of got a shit. Not going to lie. I don't know about you guys, but I shit like 8 times a day. I don't know if that's normal or not. Like Charlie Sheen, Pete is winning. Dang. Tiger blood, baby. Tiger blood. Y'all should play that at Clemson home games. Charlie Sheen talking about tiger blood. All right, 1st and 10 for Florida State. I don't think we've had anyone score in the second, have we? Maybe I'm wrong. Run up the middle, bounces it. Oh, fumble! Miami's on it. Miami's on it. Pigskin Pete down bad. Man, they just punched that thing out. They punched that thing out like Mike Tyson. Gave him the old body shot uppercut. I just hit it with his left hand. Pulled that thing out of there. Miami was right there on it. Not good, Pete. Not good. Tech is going to move up in the bye week. Things you love to see. Yeah, no, they will. They will move up. Miami is looking good. Miami looks real good. I've said this, and I'm standing behind it. Miami looks like the most complete team in the country right now, much as I hate Miami. Texas, dog shit. Penn State, fraud. Alabama doesn't know who they're going to be week to week. Miami's going to go under center again here. Motion a tight end. Hand off up the middle. Pick up about 3. They'll pick up about 3. 4:44 to go in this game. Or not in the game. What am I doing? In the half. When we beat Miami and rushed the field, I was convinced the end of the first quarter was the end of the half, and I started throwing a fit about it because we didn't try and score. 2nd and 8 for Miami. Back to throw, flag. You'd think that's holding on somebody. He'll complete it for a big gain. Hell, he might score off this. Touchdown, but there's a flag. Now, I don't know if this is holding on Miami or defensive holding like by a defensive back. Based on where they threw it, I'm unclear. Illegal motion. Oh, that is killer. Boy, that illegal motion signal, little Elon-like, isn't it? They might need to change that illegal motion signal. 2nd and 13. 4:08 to go in the half. Man, that's a big penalty right there. That's a big penalty. At least with holding, well, if you score off a hold, the hold benefited you in the play. Like, the illegal motion is not the reason you scored there. Beck looks to the flat, throws a screen, gets blown up. No, he's still on his feet, though. He ends up making something out of nothing. They polish a turd on that play. Yeah, they polish a turd up. It's going to be 3rd down, though. Miami would like to at least get 3 off this turnover, man. If they can't get any points off the turnover, that's a failure, okay? That's basically just saying they punted to you instead of turning it over. 3rd and 8. Ooh. And cover 3 look here. Beck throws, but he's hit, not able to get anything behind it. We'll have to punt. This game is far from over. Yeah, they brought pressure there. Beck wasn't able to step into this throw. Let's see what he saw downfield. All right, so they stunted. Florida State stunts off the line. End comes inside. Even had he got that away, he might be lucky he didn't get that away. Yeah, he might be lucky. There was a guy ready to step right into that Florida State's defense. So they're going to take the delay of game, I guess, so that the punter can, probably with his distance, he'd rather have another 5 yards. All right. Punts away. It's going to hit the ground, you would say a Florida State bounce, but, I mean, Miami's got to be happy pinning them on the 9 there. Forget what, we got 3 minutes and something to go in this half. That was a BS penalty on the illegal motion. Yeah, I can't hear what they're saying, so, and I didn't see a replay. But that's killer. That took 6 off the board. Now, a bad turnover by Florida State at midfield results in really no penalty to them. No points go on the board. They get the ball back at the 9. They can make this a one-score game before half. 3:06 to go. Miami brings pressure. Good throw by Castellanos there. Oh, the ball comes out again. The ball's out again. I think Florida State got back on it, though. I mean, Florida State can't hold on to a damn ball, can they? I mean, he definitely had possession of this thing, too. I mean, that's 100% a fumble. They got back on it. Boy, Florida State lucky to get back on this thing. Oh, that Miami guy just slapped that thing like damn Ike Turner, though. 2nd and 3, handoff up the middle. It's going to be a Florida State first. Y'all see him just smack that ball? Look like Pete playing pickleball, smack that thing. All right, first 10 Florida State on their own 21 here. See if they'll they will take the snap before the 2 minutes. Pressure, Castellanos lit up. Lucky to get that ball off there. I don't even think he was aware of the pressure coming off his blind side. Yeah, he had no idea this guy was coming. He did a good job at dropping his level, too, not go helmet to helmet. I'm going to another commercial. Damn, I got to pee real quick. All right. I successfully peed. So that's pretty cool. All right. So a little less than 2 minutes left, deep in their own territory. Florida State would at least like to get a field goal, probably. At least get in the field goal range. Make this a 14-6 game. I'd make it a one-score game again. 1 score, touchdown, and a 2-point conversion. Can you integrate your amazing mathematics skills as it relates to this game? Okay, what you're going to want to do mathematically in a football game is you're going to want to score more points than your opponent, okay? So you're going to want that number beside your team's logo to be greater than the number behind your opponent's logo. That's what you're going to want to do. What's going on, Brandon King? TCU and Colorado are tied. That's surprising. That is surprising. Let's see if we can find Florida State fans bitching and whining on the internet. See if we can find anybody. So, this week, I'm reminded that Miami is the worst fan base of the big three at trolling. I don't know about that. No, they're more flaming their own team right now. Yeah, they're mad at their own team at the moment. That will change, though. I mean, I guess I could take a Shure microphone into the bathroom with me to pee. That would be next level stupidity. But I am definitely here for it. All right. 14-3 here, minute 57 to go in the second quarter. See if Florida State can get some. Huffer Billy says I'm peeing right now. Well, when next time you have to pee, can you let me know so we can sync up and then I can pee at the same time? And then when we flush, maybe our pee can meet. Throw by Casanello's complete. That was a hell of a throw or a hell of a catch by Zero there. I forget his name. He's a big, tall guy. All right, 1st and 10 on the Florida State 32 here. See what they do. I have a feeling this is going to be a run by Casanellos. No, he takes a sack. Man. He got lit up there. A&M 6 up on Mississippi State. 7-3 at half. Okay. All right, so they bring pressure. They bring a defensive back. He's not the one that makes the tackle, though. It's going to be 2nd 18 with 1:20 to go for Florida State. Screen. Oh, and he's got a little room. He's not going to get the first, though. The clock's going to still roll. It's going to be about 3rd and 4. This clock will tick under a minute here by the time they snap it, or right at a minute. 3rd and 5. Casanello steps back, throws. Boy, he threw it over the tallest guy on the field's head there. 4th and 5 with 57 seconds left. Miami with all 3 timeouts. That was a good route, too. I guess it wasn't over his head. It wasn't a very good throw, though, and he didn't have pressure on him. Oh, it was tipped. It was tipped. That's why. All right, so 57 seconds left. Miami will punt this thing away in the half. Pretty good punt. No return. It's going to take a hell of a Florida State bounce. This is going to roll all the way to the Miami 8. If I'm Miami, I'll probably just run this clock out here. Go into half. You don't want to throw a pick. Let Florida State, make it a 10-14 game or something before half. You guys tell me what you think. I would probably just take this 14-3 into half, though. All right, they're showing the Mississippi State A&M highlights. A&M wearing all black. Is there anyone here that doesn't think Elko's a hell of a coach? I know I do. 45 seconds. Miami's going to take the ball over on their own 8 here. All right. They'll run it up the middle. In a clever way, though. Little draw. They'll take this into half. Does Rec know what he's talking about, or does Rec know what he's talking about? So they'll let the clock wind down. Let's see. They will have to snap it one more time. I think. No, they won't. The game clock is like half a second ahead of the play clock, so they won't have to snap it again. Do I think A&M will be legit this year? They could be. I mean, they're undefeated right now. They're going to be a tough out for whoever they have to play. Going to College Station's a tough out no matter what. Yeah, I mean, I have to look at A&M's schedule, but yeah, I think you could say A&M's legit, right? Let's peruse Twitter. An Alabama fan got into it with Diego Pavia after the game. Oh, damn, this guy's barking at Diego Pavia. Is that Jackpot yelling at Pavia? What's he doing in Tuscaloosa? Damn. Here we go. Here's the best Barstool FSU can do. They have a picture of Carson Beck that just says ass muncher. How to say you're actually 12 without saying it. No flag. Here we go. No flag on that is atrocious. Don't even look at the ball. Miami is classless. How can Florida State call anyone classless? I don't understand that. I don't understand that. Appreciate the $10. Millis says WreckTalk's headband and mustache gives not one single fuck. And this is true. Appreciate the $10. I don't play games either. My first Christmas, I think I got Twister or something. I tore the box up and I said, "Get this away from me, Mom. I don't play games." Maybe they didn't come up there to that bedroom you and Dad sleep in and tell you, I don't play games. You get me a circuit set like you were supposed to. I want 10 nanofarad capacitors. Just get me a bunch of resistors of varying impedances. By the way, King's Ransom and the mustache remain undefeated this week. That's true. Ever since I've started using King's Ransom, man, Georgia Tech hasn't lost, and I just look more and more and more badass, Now, if you didn't know, you can use promo code WreckTalk. You can get a discount. You can get a discount on yours today, okay? Smells good. Even X-Rex likes it. She smelled some of the colognes, and she was like, can we reconcile? I said, thank you for liking the cologne, but no, okay, we cannot. Why would I do that? I sleep on a couch and live my best life. Oh, man. Let me put this. Let me get some more water. Water? All right. Halftime, Miami up 14-3. We'll have to see what happens, what adjustments can be made, what conferences can be blamed. All of that and more. So, Pete, he's got FSU +4. What is Pete doing taking Florida State in a spread? What is he doing? No one knows. No one knows. Let's see if we can find that James Randi thing while we're waiting on this game. Here we go. Where is that doofus? He also debunked Uri Geller. Oh, I hope a Pete is still in here to see this. All right, yeah, the volume's down on that. This was way back in the day, too. Where's my, what screen do I need to change to here? Does that work? Look at this doofus.
Turn the page of a telephone directory without touching it. And you claim to have done that with psychic power.
Yes.
Now, you're prepared to demonstrate your psychic powers again. You've warmed up.
Why is there about 40 amps of power that I can hear?
Ready to go, are you, James? Very well. Oh, James, you are prepared to pay him $10,000 if he can turn the page of the telephone directory with certain controls.
That's right.
You have the $10,000, do you, Randy?
I do indeed.
Guys, look at this guy. Look at this guy.
That's right. You have the $10,000, do you, Randy?
I do indeed.
If there's ever a guy that needed some King's Ransom, it's this guy right here. If Pete's still in here, have you ever seen a guy down this bad in your life? Trying to do parlor tricks?
Now what I have here is particles of a white plastic, which when given a good conclusive will blow.
Yeah, so all he does, he's like, look, I just think you're blowing on the paper, man. Like, you're just blowing on the paper. So I'm going to put some styrofoam, and if you're not blowing on the paper, then the styrofoam won't move. Yeah, you're telling me for 1 minute this guy's just been staring at a telephone book. Now, for the younger viewers in the audience, we used to have to actually dial people's phone numbers into a phone, and you'd look into a phone book to figure people's numbers out. This doofus is just this guy is a Florida State fan. If I ever seen one, if I've ever seen one, this guy's most definitely roots for the Seminoles. Shit. What am I going to do now? How many times, how much longer do I have to stand here and be exposed as a charlatan?
How many pages?
Just one page, once.
Like
Okay.
that.
The styrofoam and the lights form electricity which pulls the page.
Do you guys know that styrofoam produces electricity? I was not aware of that, and I'm definitely someone who would know. Now, you could rub styrofoam or a balloon on you, and it pulls all the electrons off. It becomes negatively charged. And then you bring something that isn't so negatively charged around it, and it arcs. But that's not like producing electricity.
Look.
Look, he's trying to show, look how difficult it is to do this.
It pulls the page down
Seems to move pretty freely.
instead of freeing the pages.
All right, and what would you like to ask us to ask Randy to allow
Take this damn styrofoam away, please, for the love of God.
you to do or for me to
To
do?
either take something else, either lighter or something that is going to keep, that isn't going to form like static electricity.
So he stood there for a minute thinking of this excuse. This is perfect to be watching while we do a Florida State watch party. This is exactly, I couldn't think of a better example for what Florida State fans do when they watch a football game. They're convinced a certain outcome is going to come. It doesn't come. They sit there staring at their screen for a minute, and then they come up with some bullshit excuse as to why they're sucking at the moment.
You mean put something else, some other material around
Something
here?
that is not foam. Foam causes static electricity, and the light is what heats it up.
So, yeah, that's one of the stupidest things I've ever seen, to be quite honest with you. Now, what game stream? Yeah. I forget what that guy's name is, but geez, man. Down bad. Down bad. I love the psychics, too. There's one where this didn't have to do with James Randi, but this guy hired a bunch of psychics to explain what happened at this chocolate factory, and he made a website for the history of the chocolate factory that was bullshit. He just made it up. Lo and behold, every psychic regurgitates the made up story. It's weird. I mean, to be fair, he got an A for effort with that excuse. Yeah. I mean, look at these pages. No one can do this. No one can make this thing move. I mean, come on. It's impossible when there's styrofoam. The lights heat up the styrofoam. That produces, there's at least 100 amps of electricity running through the styrofoam right now. Now, if you don't know for context, 1 amp will kill you. 1 amp of current will light you up. Like 1 farad of capacitance will light you up. But yeah, we learned something today. Who gets the ball? That's a good question. I want to say Miami got the ball to start the game. Professor Wreck. that people take any of that seriously, that people think that there's anything to psychic ability or any of that, tells you how thoroughly our education system has failed people. Like, here's my stance. Like, no one needs to go get a PhD, but you do need to have enough knowledge, particularly in math, to not get scammed. You do need enough knowledge not to be taken advantage of. For instance, you go on the TikTok or something, there'll be these 17-year-old guys that say they're investment gurus, and they're like, look, guys, all we're going to do is with, I don't know, $1,000 seed investment, we're going to get 1% return a day. That nothing crazy, just 1% a day. And if you do that, you're going to be a bazillionaire in 5 years. So you have to have enough math knowledge to sit there and think, okay, is that reasonable? 1% return a day is 365% annualized return. The best investor in the world, Warren Buffett, returns about 20% a year. Am I buffering? You saying I'm buffering? How'd you do that, Captain Jack? I'm confused. 1% is not real. Not 1% a day. They pick that number because you think, oh, well, 1% isn't much. 1% a day for a year, 100% guarantees to me that you're cheating or you're running a Ponzi scheme or something. It's an emoji thing. UVA is legit. Yeah, look. Virginia has one close loss to NC State. It's like 0.01% in a week. Yeah, I think Virginia is legit. I agree with you. Do I think that they're a top 10 team or something? No. What I am saying is they're a team that if I'm a top 10 team, I would not want to play Virginia right now. I will say that. Yeah, Paul, you got to be able to put an upper bound on something and say, okay, if what you're saying is more than this upper bound that we've calculated, then I know it's bullshit. Just like people that are, I picked the spread at 80% my whole life. Bullshit. No, you didn't. No, you didn't. Circuit analysis was probably a lie, but also no one has time for non-deterministic equations, so voltage equals I times R. Voltage equals the product of current and resistance type of stuff. By the way, that's a specific solution under certain conditions that holds true. Maxwell equations are the more general solution to that. But you got to have calculus 3. I'm not going to argue with a nerd. Yeah, don't do it. Don't do it. Because here's the thing. If nerds are confident in their knowledge or ability about something, they will never let off of it. If they're not confident about something, they just pivot to something else. That's what I do. They just say, yeah, whatever about that dumb shit. Let's talk about electrons. Believe me, I work with a bunch. Work with a bunch of them. This is how most of the conversations go with like engineers, like hard engineers. You'd be like, hey man, did you watch the football game this weekend? They'll be like, no man, anyways, let's talk about my train collection. Yeah, I'm having a good Saturday. You try to talk to an engineer about something you're interested in, like football, and they'll be like, yeah, but I mean, have you seen my train collection? And you're like, buddy, I don't want to talk about your train collection. And they'll be like, well, football's dumb. Hold on 1 second. Hold on. Does anyone in the chat know if there's tons of traffic on 575 and everything? Do you want to ask the chat anything? What do you hear? They can hear you now.
Oh gosh, the pressure.
Yeah, this is a place of learned commenters, so don't mess it up.
Tori just said this is the worst thing in our life. My serious question is, where in the world is Carmen Sandiego?
Yeah, so you completely failed. I mean, I don't know why you thought that was the thing to say. You're just like these damn Florida State fans that sit on Twitter all day thinking of dumb shit to say.
I have something really important to say.
Okay, go ahead. Try again. Strike one, but go ahead.
Roll Tide, roll.
Listen, this lady right here.
We beat Vandy tonight.
This lady right here, Alabama fan. You know, most of her life has just been national title every other year. They get down like 3 points to someone, she melts down like Frosty the Snowman in that claymation show. I ain't never seen nothing like it. Saying, you talking about some SEC team on my stream, lady. That ain't how it's gonna roll.
All right, well, I'm going to take our child home and feed our fish and our dog, and I'll talk with you after you stream.
Yeah, I'm doing important stuff. Talk to you later.
Okay, bye.
I don't know what she's thinking saying roll tide on the stream. Something bad wrong with her, though. She about to learn and found out, isn't she? Hey, do you want to say anything, X-Rex, to the people? They've never heard you before. Where in the world is Carmen Sandiego? First of all, that's how you know, if you didn't know, that she's 9 years older than me. All right? They're just giving her age away to everybody for no reason. Talking about Carmen Sandiego. Have I told her about Jordan? Hell, she probably loved Jordan. This whole setup's a Jordan type situation. You know, you'd think. Anyways, and it's fine. You know what, guys? It's fine. It's fine. Yeah, but we're on a college football show. She sits there like that doofus in that Oriental outfit to come up with that. I admonish her for that, but the things we normally talk about are way more highbrow than the shit she said. That's bad. Carmen Sandiego is Pavia's grandma. Damn. That's why he plays so hard. No one could find his mom, Carmen Sandiego. And that's why he plays so hard. To try and push down the feeling of loneliness and despair that he felt growing up without a mom. This just got real, guys. Calm down. What did Paul say? The hell did Paul say? What do you mean calm down, Paul? All right. Well, that was a good little halftime speech from X-Rex there. By the way, that's not much different than our normal conversations. She did once tell me, like, you can't talk to me like you do trolls on the internet. I'm like, why? It's funny. It's freaking hilarious. Why would I not do that? All right, we'll start the third quarter here. We'll see if Pete can hit his bets. And you know what? If we're not getting mini wreck tonight, we might just keep we'll stream Cal Duke then. X-Rex sounds hot. I'll be honest with you, man. What is she? She's 44. So she's your age. I'd give her about 6.5 out of 10. She's a solid 6.5. You know? Now, I'm like a 3 right now. So, I mean, look, I ain't shitting on nobody. But, yeah, I guess she's a therapist. So, I guess she has to have a good voice. 2nd and 5 here. Beck takes off. He's going to about get it. Wreck is an 11. I tell you, the best dunk I ever got on my ex-wife. Like, she's a therapist, licensed therapist. I thought what she was saying was so crazy. I said, you should switch chairs with your clients. All right. Because I guarantee you they're all more sane than you are. And that did not end well for me at all. that was a bad one. 3rd and 2, Beck throws complete, 1st down. Dumps it off to the tight end there. Dumps it off to the tight end. Now, it didn't help that I said that and laughed because I was really feeling myself. I thought I was pretty clever. I thought I owned her. And I forgot I wasn't on my own stream. I was in real life where she could swing at me. You just kind of have to do like this. But if you can't take a lady punch, then I don't know what's wrong with you. I mean, they're just so easy. You just cover up. They get tired eventually. You might have to turn a little bit. If they go to the body, then they know what they're doing, and you screwed up somewhere. You've married Amanda Nunes and thought you could talk shit to her, which is a grave error. For Billy Paul likes women that hit him. Damn, dude. Damn. 2nd and 5, Miami. Handoff. Nothing going there. Oh, he spins out of it. He damn near got the first out of that. Be 3rd and 1. Some of these girls out here hit like a Mack truck wreck. Well, yeah, if the girls you're into are also into girls, then they probably do hit a Mack truck. Like if you're dating a girl that can hit a softball, 400 feet, then yeah, she probably will beat the shit out of you. That's a you problem. 3rd and 1. 3rd and 1. Miami in the I formation. Just going to try and out-muscle them, and they will. They'll get the first. I do like fat women, so they may have something to do with it. Well, look, when you can get some weight into that punch and rotate your hip through it, yeah. I mean, what are you doing, man? You dating some Lewinsky's out there? You pulling a Bill Clinton? In other words, if the girls that you're dating are within like 25% of my weight, I'm not hating it, but you better learn how to, yeah, that's a false start. You better learn how to take a punch, though. You better learn how to tuck that chin a little bit and roll a punch off your shoulder. By the way, under no pressure, you came in here and said you like big women. Under no pressure. No one asked. You just offered that up. Let's leave Monica out of it. That woman is an icon. She was about $2 bills, though. No pun intended. Your last ex was 5'7", 210. Shawty was built like Maurice Jones-Drew. Shit. Oh, my God. Tackle for loss for Miami. 5'7", 210, man, is an aggressive weight. I mean, that would be like me at like 6'2", being $3 bills. Which I'm not. I'm not anywhere near $3 bills anymore. Like, that'd be like me being 320 or something. All right, 2nd and 16. Back to throw. He's got time, dumps it off to the running back. And they'll get just beyond the original line to gain. As a big old girl. Yeah, this girl's going to find me now, Mikhail. 2K3. She's going to beat the hell out of me, isn't she? But here's the thing. If your ex-girlfriend tried to beat the shit out of me, I do think I could outrun her. I could at least outrun her and then throw Snickers like birdseed behind me, and maybe that would distract her. 3rd and 8 for Miami here. Screen, tunnel screen. They're not going to get it, though. Yeah, FSU needs a turnover. Well, we'll see. Does Miami go for this? Does Miami go for this? It looks like they are. 4th and 2. Miami touchdown. Boy, you better not be Sperling. I'll sick that dude's ex-girlfriend on you. 4th and 2. Back to throw. Complete. It is a Miami touchdown. You spoiling son of a bitch. Oh, Pete down bad. Pete down bad. Gonna get another frowny face, sir. I specifically told you not to do this, and you did it. Damn, he just made a move on him, too. I gotta pee again. I'm drinking all these waters, man. It's like I broke the seal, but I'm not drinking alcohol. All right. Stop mistreating Pete. Well, I'm trying to help you, man. Trying to help you out. But you keep making these bets without consulting me. Pete's down. Pete down. There you go. You got a thunderstruck dip admonishment about that. Yeah, you got your post deleted, man. What are you doing? All right, let's see see if we can find some excuses from the Florida State fans. Oh, touchdown, Tim. Halftime update from Coop. Buffs are up 14-0 an hour ago. Damn. Uncle Lou says Mike Norvell has 3 losing seasons in 5 years. Can't believe FSU is losing to Miami. Dang. Mike Norvell when he's not playing East Texas A&M. Gonna hop over and check on Lou's stream. Have a good night if I don't make it back. Yeah. Appreciate you stopping in. See, Barstool, easy first down if we can protect the pocket. It's effing shameful. Well, yeah, that's like saying, man, if we just blocked perfectly and ran good routes and made the throws, we would win. Yeah. You mean if you played football well? Exactly. What's up with the green bandana? I should block you for asking that. I won't. This is my new, I need to go buy some pickleball stuff tomorrow. So I played pickleball with Pigskin Pete. I had never played before, and I didn't embarrass myself. Now, Sea-Dog did. Sea-Dog showed up in steel-toe boots to play pickleball, which you're not even supposed to do. Like, they just didn't notice it and allowed him to play. But yeah, I have a hell of a forehand, which probably comes over. My forehand skill at pickleball probably comes from me cranking one, 4 or 5 times a day. Not so good. Obviously the left forehand a little, it's a little bit of a difference there. I'm staying for the whole stream. Well, good. If we play like we are, we might not get 10 wins. I don't have us winning out. Like if someone forced me to bet an over-under win total for the remaining of the season, it would be less than undefeated. My camera is mirrored, so this is my right hand. First of all, I should ban Paul for suggesting I'm left-handed. What are you doing? Of course I'm not left-handed. I actually know what I'm doing in life. All right, Florida State will take over. 1st and 10. Oh, man, he had a guy wide open. Just missed it. Florida State might get blown out. This could spiral here if they can't get things back on track. It's my right forearm. 2nd and 10 now for Florida State on their own 25. 9:05 to go in the third. Castanelis will take off running. He does break contain. He'll pick up about 20, and that was close to being a late hit. We'll have to see. He got pushed way out of bounds, though. Let's see this again. No, he got hit in bounds. Those are tough too when you draw a personal foul for late hit and you don't know what the guy's gonna do. 1st and 10. Deep ball comeback route looks like complete. Now, Florida State got their head out of their ass all of a sudden. Appreciate you for becoming a member, Mike Hale. Was that a comeback route? I'm not gonna be able to see the route. Might have just been a deep stop. You forgot to renew your membership. No, it's not your bad, dude. It's all good. First and 10 now. Florida State driving. Oh, we need to update the score. I went to pee before they hit the extra point. Castanella's back to throw. He's got some time. Now pressure. Throws a deep ball intercepted in the end zone. Boy, Florida State can't get out of their own damn way. Florida State can't get out of their own damn way. They're not winning this game. They ain't winning this game. I mean, hell, me and Pigskin Pete, and this is why Pigskin Pete gets 2 frowny faces. We both said Castanelis did not overnight become the world's greatest quarterback. He was a turnover machine at Boston College. He got benched for being a turnover machine at Boston College. Then he quit after he got benched. And now you're seeing it creep up again. Quarterbacks have identities. All right. His identity is turning the ball over. That's who he is. All right. Here's my other prediction. Florida State will be claiming, we got this other quarterback. He's the world's greatest quarterback ever, blah, blah, blah. No one's ever heard of him, though. Miami will take over on their own 20 now. 1st and 10, 7:55 to go. Another screen, the epidemic of college football. Every other play in college football is a screen pass. FSU should have gotten Mensa last. Michael, you're a member, so you also become a standard moderator. One time I'm going to screw this up and make someone a managing moderator, and then they're going to be able to delete my channel. But I didn't that time. 2nd and 5 for Miami. Play RPO. They'll dump it to the tight end. He just pushed someone into the grass about 2 feet and picked up a 1st down. How does Tantor's FSU source feel about the program now? I'll have to ask him. He does have a source with FSU because I had found out before it was public that someone was kicked off their team. last year, and I asked him to check with his source if that was true, and he did confirm, and that ended up being true. So, yeah, he has someone over there. I don't know who. 1st and 10. Play action again, another flat route thrown to the running back, or I guess they had their wide receiver at running back or something, but they'll pick up about 6. FSU so good at picking the wrong quarterback in the portal. Yeah. Castellanos can run. He's a really good runner even. But he can't hold on to the ball. Is what it is. Who was kicked off the team? One of the run backs? I don't remember. I think it was a wide receiver, but I don't remember 100%. 2nd and 5. I don't even know if it was last year either. It might have been when I first started YouTube. What's going on, Vince Wilkes? That win versus Alabama makes no sense now. Rec referred to someone as Harry Potter's cousin. Was he referring to Bryce Coon? No, it was that Joe and Ruffino guy. That 12-year-old that wears Harry Potter's glasses said that Brent Key was a lazy hire. That's who I was referring to. End around for Miami, and there's nothing but blockers in front of them. Damn. Big play for Miami. The guy ends up getting his leg pulled up, too. I mean, dude, I don't see how he didn't score there. I mean, he outran his blockers while he didn't score. Florida State had no idea what was going on defense there. None. There'll be another 1st and 10 for Miami. Yeah, I'll do the next game too. About a 5-yard pickup on the ground for Miami. Yeah, caught lightning in a bottle with Jordan Travis. Otherwise, Norvell's horrible with quarterbacks. Lou was one of the first ones I saw, really the only one I've really seen point that out. Where he's, Jordan Travis was a transfer. So there's not been one single quarterback that Mike Norvell has recruited that's been worth a shit. Not one. Lou said that, and I was like, damn. He's kind of right about that. Another play action. Deep ball for Beck. Lucky that wasn't picked, probably. Not a very good decision for Beck there. Miami's just going to wear him down. Yeah, we got a 3rd and 6 coming up, though. FSU's high school recruiting has been really bad by FSU standards under Norvell. Well, that tends to happen when you go 2 and 10. That tends to happen when you have 3 losing seasons out of the last 5. People don't tend to want to play for you. 3rd and 6. Tunnel screen. They're going to pick up the first. Hell, he might score. Cuts it up. Touchdown, Miami. Hate to see it. Boy, I hate to see it. Let's go try and find some excuses on Twitter now for this. Because you know that Florida State isn't really going to lose this game. We know they're going to hit the extra point. Coop says FSU players look deflated on the sideline. Of course they do. Seminole Old School on Twitter 5 hours ago talking shit about Texas. I mean, obviously, New Texas was way overrated, but I had no idea they were this trash. Longhorns about to drop in the rankings all the way down to 10th after they secure a quality loss to 1-3 Florida. And then Lou just comments Miami. Florida State is such a pathetic fan base, man. Bama win looks better each week. Yeah, is that what they're going to say? Well, we got our ass kicked by Miami, but we beat Alabama week 1. And the conference is trying to screw us, so we didn't really lose to Virginia. So really, we just have one loss to a quality opponent, right? That's what they'll say. Carson Beck's a new man. Well, when Carson Beck has a competent offensive line and weapons at wide receiver, that's the thing with Georgia fans, man. Like, if they ever have problems on their team, they cannot correctly diagnose what the issues are. They think their problem is Mike Bobo and Carson Beck last year. They had more drops than any team, certainly any Power 4 team. They were like 128th in drop passes. They had one of the worst rush offenses in the conference last year. They still won the SEC. But yeah, we need to fire Mike Bobo. Carson Beck's trash. It's stupid beyond any reasonable, expectation. Oh, here we go. This guy, I don't know, Renegade Report is what that Jen Knowles on, and this George guy, I see him on Twitter. By the way, before we played Florida State, week 1, I guess like 2 years ago, whatever it was, in Ireland, he asked me to be on their show. The dude from Renegade Report. I was like, sure, 10 o'clock. I can do 10 o'clock. That works for me. 10:05, he's blowing up my phone or my DMs and Twitter. He's like, where are you at? I said, you meant 10 in the morning? You thought that, look, buddy, most people who are competent members of society work for a living. Of course I can't do 10 in the morning. And if you mean 10 in the morning, you should make that explicit. If you say, hey, can you do a show at 9? I'm going to assume PM and not in the morning. First of all, no one's watching, no one's going to watch at 9 in the morning. True Seminole just says some BS. 28-3. I mean, just score off a tunnel screen. So Renegade Report, he's on Twitter saying, quit on this team, locker room cancer, and he has a picture of Pitt in Boston College. Who's quitting now, though? Who's quitting now? Florida State. You got Carson Beck counting to 4 for no reason. Carson Beck's targets Daniels and Tony 11 for 12, 187 yards and 4 touchdowns. I mean, this is bad. I didn't expect this as low as I tend to be on Florida State. Like, I didn't expect Miami to just come into Tallahassee and beat the ever-loving fool out of Florida State. This is sad. Oh, and remember all week, Florida State fans, oh my God, game of the century. There's not a rivalry in college football like the Miami-Florida State rivalry. How many times in the past 2 decades have they played where they've both been ranked? Let's see if, like, AI can tell me that. How many times in the past 20 years has the Miami FSU game been played where both teams are ranked? 5. That's what AI says. 5 times, 20 years, they've both been ranked. FSU doesn't have 28 straight points. They would have fired Mike Norvell last year had the buyout not been like $70 million. What's Mike Norvell's buyout now? I'm sure that's like the most searched thing on Google. Miami has the forbidden score, 28-3. Someone educate me on that. I do, like, True Seminole is not, like, he's, I'll tell you what True Seminole's like. You know in The Sandlot, when You know, the other teams, like, except for the one good player that plays in the major leagues, they're like, except for that guy, you're all embarrassments to the sport. That's true Seminole. Like, okay, they've got one good fan, and he doesn't deserve all the nonsense that he gets put through because of the 99% of his idiot fans. Oh, 28-3 was the Falcons. I was at Tech at that time too, and I remember watching that game thinking, oh my God, I'm going to be downtown. I'm going to get to see the parade. It's going to be great. And then when we only needed a field goal to win, we throw and take a sack that takes us out of field goal range. You know how, like, in boxing you can have, like, your privileges to fight taken from you? They should do that for coaches that do something so incredibly stupid such as that. Just like, you're banned from coaching. You will never do that to another fan base again. Yeah, and now for history, for the rest of football, NFL history, they'll be talking about that biggest Super Bowl comeback in history, documentaries, listening to Tom Brady talk about it with his wife that looks like a dude that's worth more than him. Ah, man, fuck Tom Brady. Fuck the Patriots. And if you want to know why I don't watch the NFL, Exhibit 1, the Falcons. Why in the world would I want to watch my home team be as bad as the Falcons? Another draw for Florida State. Oh, man, he gets walloped, driven back. That should be a penalty. Yeah. Yeah, they just drove that guy 15 yards back into that Burke lady, and she took that hit better than that crew member for the Alabama Vandy game that had to be taken out in a neck break. She's still reporting. That girl's a champ, dude. That girl's tougher. That Burke girl is tougher than anyone on Florida State's team. Oh, she olayed him. She understood spacing. She basically sprawled on him. Yeah, man. Yeah, she knew how to get out of the way. Most people instinctively get out of the way when something like that happens. Oh, Michael Irving, he's throwing some bows over there. All right, 1st and 10 for Florida State after that penalty, which was unnecessary for Miami. Oh, Miami feeling it now. He'll get about 3 or 4 yards. Vandy will still beat LSU in Texas. Vandy Dandy, do yourself the self-respect of not coming in here sounding like what a Florida State fan will say after they take this loss. Like, have enough respect for yourself to not do that. 2nd and 7. Another run up the middle for Florida State. He'll pick up about 2. Helmets on the ground, people rolling all over the place. Vandy's about to go on a diabolical losing streak, says Goldfella. Vandy handed Bama that. Here we go with all the dumbass excuses that losers give after they lose. We didn't really lose it. We gave it to them. Well, then you're a moron. Then your team is a bunch of idiots that doesn't want to win. Congratulations. 3rd and 4. Bunch of pressure. Casanello sacked. Tries to throw it away like an idiot. Casanello's like, I'm going to get sacked. Can I just fumble real quick? Let me just fumble. God, I haven't fumbled in so long. I'm jonesing to fumble this football. What a tackle by 8 for Miami, too. He dolphin dove. That's a dolphin dive if I've ever seen one. Vandy Dandy, if you had beat Bama, would you say, you know what, guys, we didn't really win that. Bama just gave us that win, though. I suspect you wouldn't. Oh, he gets away from it. Why is this Miami player? What is he doing? What is 10 doing? The ball almost hit him. He got out of the way from it. Then he's trying to wrestle Florida State players to get the ball back. I have no idea what just happened. No idea. Honest take, Miami looks legit like one of the best teams in the country. I agree. Now, I also don't think that Florida State's near as good as they thought they were, but I said it, I don't know if you were in here, Slim. Like, I do think Miami, if they're not the most complete team in the country, one of the most complete teams. It looks like your defensive issues from last year have been solved. Your defense looks nasty. All right, 1st and 10 now for Miami. They're going to run, cuts up, picks up about 6. You got 220 on Miami minus 3.5, huh? What did you? How much are you down after you bet Vandy today? That's the real question. 2nd and 4. Miami going under center. Another handoff. Cut. They cannot tackle these Miami running backs. They met him at the line of scrimmage. He fell forward for about another 4. It'll be 3rd and 1. Trying to bet A&M live. So, Vandy Dandy, all this betting, do you just not like having money? You just got to give it away to the bookie? Oh, man, I can't stand having money in my bank account. Get that bookie. All right, 3rd and 1. He's still on his feet. Again, Miami's just out willing and out toughnessing. If that toughnessing, is that a word? They're out physically Florida State. That'll end the 3rd, by the way. Now everyone has to put up 4 fingers as to let everyone know who isn't an idiot that it is the 4th quarter. Only 2 ACC games I see Tech possibly losing is NC State and Duke. I don't know about that, man. I could see Virginia Tech beating Georgia Tech if, they just come out and play like they did against Wake. Like, if they come out and play like they did against Wake, they could lose more than those two. Appreciate the $5 from Jola. Says Miami offensive line is in another dimension, making no gain plays turn into 4 and 5 yard gains. Crazy work. I'll give Slim says I'll give FSU credit until the 3rd they kept the run game in check. Yeah, but they get down. How do you say this is anything other than some quit creeping into Florida State? Because it's not like it's just the offensive line. It's not like they're getting blown off the ball here. They're meeting the running back at the line of scrimmage, and he's just driving his feet for another 4 yards. I mean, that's all that's happening. Where's the line? What do you think? Let me ask you this. What do you think a Florida State fan would have told you if you'd have said after the Bama win that week 6, they're going to be a 2-loss team. Oh my God, you're an absolute idiot. You don't know anything about football. It's about to be the case, though, isn't it? It's about to be the case. We lost the Virginia Tech game last year. We beat Wake Forest at least. Yeah, I mean, I'll take a win any day, no matter how ugly. You needed Virginia Tech to win, make Vandy look better. Well, I mean, Virginia Tech fired their coach, so they're down. All I have to say is middle finger. To me, I just match the energy I get from whatever fan base. It's what I did with Colorado. It's what I've done with Florida State. Like, how much shit do you see me talking about Clemson? How much shit does anyone see me talk about Clemson? I don't. Because, one, they've been the dominant force in the ACC for the past decade at least. And also, their fans generally aren't straight stupid. I mean, I don't hear much from crazy stuff from Clemson fans. Florida State should be happy they only won 2 games last year. Oh, you're talking about Miami, guys. Well, I mean, look, Miami doesn't have a bad schedule on their way out. I've got it pulled up. We talked about it earlier. This looks to be their toughest game going out, but they have a bye next week, which I've already said Florida State fans they'll have some kind of conspiracy about Miami having a bye leading into this game. Who did Florida State lost to Virginia last week. That's right. Then Miami's got Louisville. Louisville could be a stumble for them. They get them at home, but Louisville's, they have the ability that if you just come out and lay an egg, they could beat you, but Miami should win that game. First and 10 for Miami to start the 4th. Another run, stiff arm, 3 yards, 3 yards. Miller Moss will throw Miami the ball. Yeah, you're probably right. Stanford, no chance. I mean, if Miami were to get upset by Stanford, then nothing in the world makes sense. At SMU, I'm not high on SMU at all. Syracuse is down bad. Didn't they get their brains beat in today? They lost 31-18 to SMU. NC State is nothing special. At Virginia Tech, could be tough, but I mean, they fired their coach. They're in a rebuild at the moment, anyways. At Pitt's quarterback's hurt, right? So I mean, Miami shouldn't lose here on out, but we'll see. Flag makes it 1st and 18 for Miami. They'll run again. They'll pick up 4 again. Duke and UVA have cakewalk schedules, so Tech has to run the table. So they only played Duke. And Tech, as up as Duke has been, man, Tech they don't lose to Duke for whatever reason. Like Clemson lost to Duke before Tech did. Duke had to have beaten Jeff Collins at least once, though. Second and 14 now for Miami. Oh, they try and throw another screen for a loss. Pitt's quarterback is not hurt. He just got benched because he was not good. The freshman who played today was way better. Oh, okay. I just assumed he was hurt. Does anyone feel bad for James? Why would I feel bad for any coach making – what does James Franklin make at Penn State? You're making millions of dollars a year. Why would I feel bad for you? I mean, you act like he has no control over how his team played against UCLA. He does. Why would I feel bad for that? 3rd and 16 for Miami. Beck back to throw. Incomplete. So they'll have to. So Florida State is not out of this, but it ain't looking good. I mean, they've got to pitch a shutout from here on out, and they need 25 points at a minimum. So Texas finally played a real team since Ohio State. Yeah, Texas. The hype for Arch Manning is one of the stupidest things I've ever seen, too. Like, oh, Arch Manning threw for 900 yards against UTEP, New Mexico State, and some other group of 5 team. Neat. Oh! I guess he didn't fair catch that. He got lit. Yeah, this is bad for Franklin because, yeah, not only can he not win the big one, he can't. If getting beat by UCLA today is the most embarrassing loss of the day. It's more embarrassing than Florida beating Texas. A lot of people saw that coming. Like Pete was one of them. No one saw UCLA beating Penn State. No one. Speaking of Collins, is he still employed? Yeah, he's at South Carolina, holding coffee for Demo or something. How's South Carolina doing, by the way? Arch really showed Sam Houston, though. Yeah. I mean, if his last name wasn't Manning, there's a 0% chance he would even be in the Heisman running. I mean, let's just call that what it is. Vandy being this good hurts Franklin, too. Well, I mean, when did Franklin leave Vanderbilt? 2010 or something? I mean, it was a long time ago. Let's see. I mean, Vandy Dandy will know, but he's 53. He left Vanderbilt in 2013. So he's been at Penn State since 2014. All right, let's peruse Twitter here. One undefeated team enters the game, none exit, beat their ass, go Noles. Yeah, that's not going to age too well. Barstool, Florida State is on fire right now. Barstool, Florida State literally just posted a picture of a guy holding a gun to his own foot. I'm just here for the excuses, guys. I'm just waiting for the excuses. Rec Poll would be another great addition to the Rec Sports Network. What do you mean, Rec Poll? I hate Penn State, says Yoda. Are me and Kelly Q boys yet? No. Fuck Kelly. Why would I? Why? Someone tries to take bread out of your mouth. Would you buddy up with them? Because no matter what you say about me, I've never attacked that guy financially. Now, I did say I don't know why anyone would subscribe to him. I did not tell people, hey, do something borderline illegal, though. He did. He absolutely did. I don't know if he deleted that post on JOL or not, but he did. Oh, are they looking at this for targeting? I guess not. Florida State run gets blown up. They'll get about a yard or two out of it. How many timeouts will be pocketed tonight? We need to go check on Colorado. Yeah, we need to go check on Colorado. Oh, lo and behold, they're down 21-14. Well, that didn't last long, did it? Are you only a Mormon on game day, Rec? No, I'm devout. I go to temple. I baptize my dead relatives. I wear special underwear. If I feel tempted sexually, I just blame the woman. It has nothing to do with me. The sports guy says, good game, boys. Yeah, it's not looking good for the Seminoles. Adam, the sports guy, what do you think the excuse will be this time? That's what they do, Vince. That's what they do. It's like, oh my God, if your dress literally drugged the floor, then I wouldn't be tempted. I don't have multiple wives. That's the only thing I can't capitulate to. Why would you want to have multiple wives? Why would anyone want that kind of heartache? Or not heartache, but just nonsense. I couldn't manage one woman in my life. You think I could put up with 4 or 5 of them? Appreciate the $10 from True Seminole. Says, low key, I'm fine 2-10 last year. I'm not mad about this season. You're not. Are you? So what are you saying? Are you saying as long as you don't, if you do better than 2-10, then it's an improvement? Maybe I'm misreading that. One wife is annoying enough. Yeah, I mean, you go, you're at work, you go get Chick-fil-A for lunch, and then you come home and she's like, did you eat out today? You know that's not in the budget. Yeah. It's like, yeah, how many pairs of shoes do you got in there, lady? How many thousands of dollars worth of shoes are in the closet? You gonna bitch about me eating Chick-fil-A? Come on now. Why? Can you imagine 4 different? Well, I guess it would be different because, like, in the Mormon religion, like they're not allowed to talk to you that way. I don't think. Just be like, whatever. I'll just go trade you in for another one. Mormon wives are like Pokemon cards. You try and catch them all, and then you trade for you trade up. How much sugar is that? I don't know. That's what I tell them. More wives equals more potential soldiers in your army. That is one reason why you see that common denominator a lot. What's the best way? Let's just call it what it is. What's the best way to grow a religion? Strip women of any rights or say so over specifically reproduction. And then you just grow and grow and grow and grow. I mean, this is it. I mean, look at every third world country. What do they have in common? They kind of have that in common. Yep, just no right. We'll make all the rules, and then we'll hoard all the money here. You peons just shut up. FSU will be in the average slot. Can't get blown out like this. Yeah. Where did I have them last week? I dropped them way down. They deserve to be there. And I've had North Carolina as the worst team in the conference for like every power ranking. Turns out Wreck knows ball, doesn't he? 2nd and 11. Florida State. Castellanos rolls out. Throws. Was that complete? Yeah, they're going to give that to him. Charlie said Taylor needs to submit to Travis Kelce immediately. Give him her money. I don't know what you're talking about. I don't know their names like you do. 1st and 10 for Florida State. Play action. Castellanos throws incomplete. FSU's offense has been garbage doo-doo butter. That's an apt description. How would you describe the Florida State offense? I believe I would describe it as garbage doo-doo water. Just wanted to check in. Much love, Rec. Yeah, we'll see you, buddy. Oh, my God. They're throwing out the trick plays now. What is that? The flea flicker throw, fake reverse that even damn radio could have seen coming. Radios on the sideline screaming, they're doing dumb shit again. UNC needs to maintain the Bluetooth. UNC is one of the worst teams in the country. I mean, that's not even That's not even being hyperbolic or anything. North Carolina is one of the worst teams in the country. 3rd and 10 now for Florida State. They're in a weirdo formation here with stacked wide receivers. Casanella steps up, takes off to get the first. He will get the first. He'll slide. We'll have to see where they spot him. Well, that's the funny thing, too. I saw Pete talking about people saying the ACC's trash. So if an ACC team loses, the SEC guys will be like, see how trash you guys are? You can't win your games. Then if they have like 4 3-loss teams they think are good, well, the more we lose, that just shows how good our conference is. You know, like they just go with whatever way they think makes sense, even though it's in direct contradiction to what they say about other conferences. I've been on that for a while, too. Like, oh, in hypothetical matchups, we beat all the ACC teams. Well, then shut up and join the ACC then. That's what you think. All right, first down for Florida State. Just under 11 minutes to go. The ACC did go 4-12 against the other conferences. When? You talking about in bowls last year? What are you talking about? This play gets blown dead. Bandy Dandy says the SEC is overrated. Well, here's what I will say. Like, a lot of the teams that were supposed to be the top of the conference, like preseason, like LSU, Texas, and whatnot, have, I think, proven to not be that. Oh, in the first 3 weeks of the season. Yeah, I mean, I guess Miami played Notre Dame, but they're not in a conference, so that doesn't count, which is a little bit deceiving in that metric. Georgia Tech played Colorado and won, so that's one of the wins. 25% of those wins are Georgia Tech. And then I'm trying to think, Vandy played Virginia Tech and beat them. South Carolina played Virginia Tech and beat Virginia Tech. It's the bottom of the SEC, of the ACC that drags the conference down. Yeah, like Syracuse is really bad. Stanford's really bad. Let's call it what it is. UNC. UNC's been doo-doo water in the ACC. You know? UNC's part of the problem, but UNC thinks, oh, when we join the SEC, though, then all our problems will melt away. Same thing Florida State fans think. We join the SEC, and then all of a sudden, we're going to be national title contenders. What makes you think that? You can't beat Virginia, Georgia Tech, you know, these teams that are supposed to be mid-tier ACC teams own you. How is moving to the Big Ten or SEC going to solve any of that? Let's see if Miami wins the Natty. They may. They're one of the best teams in the country for sure. I mean, who would you say clearly is better than Miami? Would you say Ohio State? Maybe. All right. Can you name another one that you say is clearly better than Miami? I haven't seen Ohio State play this year, but if UNC joins the SEC, our players will run trains in Jordan Hudson. Damn. Oregon? Okay. Oregon, maybe. Colorado ties it up. Oh, it's 21-20. Hold on. 11:42 to go in that game. Damn, I was pretty high on TCU. TCU's looked pretty good this year. Who did they lose to, though? Who did TCU get beat? Oh, they got beat by Arizona State. They were up 17-0 on Arizona State the other week and lost. All right. Maybe I can split screen the Colorado game. I'm sure that I can do that. Hold on a second. We'll draw with Casanellos. He'll pick up 2 or 3. Yeah, let me see if I can just pull up another. Let me pull up another in here. All right. Where's Colorado at? Here they are. Yeah. Let's do it live. I want to join live. All right, and then we'll do this. Oh, crap. That ain't what I wanted to do. Is that touchdown Florida State? No, he didn't catch that. All right. That TCU has the ball now. So, yeah, it's 11-10 to go, Colorado TCU. Dion pissed about something with one of his defensive players. Looks like TCU has the ball 3rd and 9. Is TCU wearing all black? I guess they are. They're at home. I will say this, as much as I shit on Colorado, if they beat TCU here, I will be a little impressed. Oh, he had a guy open. Colorado's going to get the ball back. TCU's got a punt. And then touchdown Florida State. Okay, well, Florida State hanging in there, I guess. Not really, but yeah. Is TCU got pink numbers? Or was that just an artifact of the feed there? I think that was just an artifact of the feed. So TCU will have to punt. Colorado will get the ball back. Under 11 minutes to go in the 4th. Colorado punt returner will catch the ball, try and run, and then just eat shit for no reason. You can't lead a white receiver that far. No, you cannot. You cannot. All right, Florida State going to go for 2, and they won't get it. So, good. I don't have to update the score again. The old horny flux here. There's a flag. There's a flag in the Colorado TCU game. And there's flags in both games. These games have synced up like wireless routers. 10 minutes to go. 10 minutes, 4 seconds to go in Florida State, Miami. 10 minutes, 54 seconds to go, Colorado, TCU. I don't know if I'm split-brained enough to do this, but we'll try. Oh, there was a flag on the 2-point conversion, so now Florida State will retry the point. And they'll get it. And that they just pulled a Dusty Rhodes clothesline off on this jet sweep. He like grabbed the guy's neck and slung him down by his neck. Wow. So I guess I will have to update the score. 11-28. TCU's got a re-punt now. So TCU will get the punt off. It's short, but it takes a huge TCU bounce. Dumbass Colorado returner picks it up off the bounce as it's going 15 yards behind him. Like an idiot. I guess in the Miami-Florida State game, this will be tacked on to the kickoff. I got to pee again. I've drank like 18 bottles of water today. Okay. We can do here. So now both games are on commercials. So that's great. Toughest game is Duke. They got a real coach. Yeah. Oh, that's a face mask. Oh my God. I just saw the face mask Florida State took. I'm actually glad that guy's okay. Well, I would take it with me, but I don't have the like lapel mic because I'm in the normal spot. All right, so Florida State to kick off now. 10 minutes to go in this game. Miami needs to finish here. They need a good 5-minute drive here that ends in points. CBS Sports thinks we lose to Duke. I guess that's in Durham, too. But it's not like Durham is some kind of big advantage for Duke. Onside kick for Florida State with 10 minutes to go in the game. What do y'all think about that? 10 minutes to go in the game. You're down 28-11. Does an onside kick make any sense to you? I know Crayfish was looking for some people to go to Durham with him. If y'all are in the Discord. Yeah, I'll be honest with you. I don't understand that onside kick there. I don't understand that at all. All right, so Miami will get it, above midfield. They're just going to look to run some clock here. They get about a yard on the ground. You don't hate the onside kick? Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. 2nd and 8. They got more out of that run than I thought. Miami. Slow handoff there. He might get another yard. Clock will tick under 2 minutes or under 9 minutes before the next snap. Colorado will have the ball here. Oh, I wasn't imagining things with TCU's uniform setup here. They got like some color kaleidoscope horse shit going on. Colorado gets eat up in the backfield. It's going to be 3rd and long for Colorado. Miami 3rd and 7. Play clock ticking down. Beck pumps, looks downfield, throws. That was a dangerous looking throw. There's a flag though. Is this going to be PI? What's this going to be? Or not PI. Is it going to be like defensive holding? Is it offensive holding? What we got here? Holding, offense. Penalties declined. It'll be 4th down. Oh, Colorado almost converts 3rd and 13 there. They'll be short, though. Miami will have to punt. Now, if Florida State scores here quickly, say they score with 7 minutes to go in the game, they go up 8, they're down 10. That gets a little interesting. That gets interesting. Boy, Pete's rooting for Florida State right now. Colorado will have to punt. These games are synced up. Colorado punting, Miami punting. Punts away. He'll try and put a little backspin on this. Fair caught inside the 5. Florida State will take over on their own 4 or so. There's a flag here on the return for TCU, which you would think is on TCU. What do you want to bet, PJ, on that it won't happen? That you retracted? What's this flag here in the Colorado game? Holding. So are they going to make them re-kick? Now it would be 1st down. Be 1st down. TCU will get the ball. 8:35 to go in that game. So Texas, oh, dang, they took it off the screen before I could comment on it. 1st and 10, Casanella standing in his own end zone here, backs up to throw, incomplete. Miami's just going to bring a ton of pressure here. They're definitely not going to let Casanellas get comfortable standing in his own end zone trying to throw. Good defense by Miami. Be 2nd and 10 for Florida State. Casanellas back to throw. He's got time. Throws a deep ball. Incomplete. I think Texas Christian almost took a sack there too while we were looking at that. It looks like he threw it away though. TCU going to be 2nd and 10. Back to throw. Steps up in the pocket and does take a sack this time. They're going to be 3rd and long here with about 8 minutes to go in that game. 3rd and 10 here for Florida State. Throw complete. They convert it. Florida State converts it, throwing out of their own end zone. TCU quarterback scrambles around, tries to get the first and did. Or did he? No, they're going to spot him short. They'll have a decision to make. 1st and 10, Florida State. 8 minutes to go in this game. Play action. Castanella's flushed out of the pocket, getting chased down. Completes that somehow. Man, that was a hell of a throw by Casanellos. All right, 1st and 10 now. Florida State got a little life. They're showing in them with 7:48 to go. They'll run up the middle, bounces it out, pick up about 7. Miami needs to bow up here. Mark Sanchez is a known drunk. Well, I didn't know that. What do we got here? We got a flag. Is that going to be offsides? Or false start on Florida State? He talked shit to an Uber Eats driver and tried to pepper spray him, so the guy fought back and stabbed him? For some Chipotle? You tell me Mark Sanchez just tried to order a spicy burrito from Chipotle? And he ended up pepper spraying the guy. First of all, someone's an Uber driver. They know how to handle themselves. So if you try, obviously this Uber driver was carrying a knife. You don't mess with an Uber driver. They live in fear of being mugged the whole time they're working. What you doing? Oh, it was a parking dispute. So it wasn't Chipotle. What did Manziel do to be a clown? Big play for TCU, by the way. Damn. Flag, though. 3rd and 8 for Florida State here. Hell, they probably go for it anyway. I mean, they're running out of time with 7:11 on the clock. Casanellas back to throw. Throws off his back foot. Complete. Going to be short, though. It'll probably be 4th and 6. Offensive pass interference on TCU. So that big play's coming back. Oh, they tried to run a pick. That's a little Mickey Mouse that flag TCU got. It came late, too. 4th and 5. Florida State will be going for it. 6:30 on the clock here. Throw complete on a slant. And they'll convert. Boy, how many straight 3rd down conversions? Is that like 3 straight 3rd down conversions for Florida State? Cal up 6 on Duke. All right, we'll have to switch over to that in a second. Casanella's flushed out of the pocket. Throws. Complete. squeezes that thing in between two Miami receivers. If Miami isn't careful, this is about to be a 10-point game. All right, first and 10, Florida State. Calcinello steps back, throws a deep ball. Incomplete. No flag. 5:41 to go in that game. 7:11 to go in Colorado TCU. Oh, he tried to do the Pat Mahomes there. He did do the Pat Mahomes. He sidearmed that thing. Deion's run down on the field hollering. TCU's got a punt. Now Colorado's going to get the ball back. Florida State 2nd and 10 on the Miami 40. Did Colorado just turn the ball over off of a punt? Hold up. Hold up. We got a flag over here. My God, what a disaster. False start on Florida State or something. What is that, illegal substitution or something? I can't hear. Here we go. Punt return. TCU gets the ball back. They punt it. It hits a Colorado player in the back because it was such a short punt, and TCU will get the ball back deep in Colorado territory. Wow. Wow. All right, 2nd and 5 for Florida State. Castanelos has time, doesn't see anything, lets it go. Incomplete. Florida State player gets pushed into about 5 Miami players, somehow survives. 4 turnovers for Colorado tonight. And it's like most since 2022. Like, well, that wasn't that long ago. 3rd and 5 now for Florida State. They're racing the clock, though. They need to score in a hurry. They're taking way too long to get these plays off. Castanel steps back, and he's going to get sacked. So that, close to being intentional grounding, almost took a sack, did get the ball off, I guess, in the general vicinity of that guy. '22 is relevant because that's the year before Deion joined. Oh, so this is the most turnovers Deion's ever given up, or a team that he's coached has given up. It's like the more experience he gets, the shittier he is. It's interesting. 4th and 5 now for Florida State. Castanel steps back, steps up, trying to run for the first. He'll get it. That's 2 4th down conversions on this. This drive started with Castanella standing in his own end zone. TCU's 3rd and 1 in the red zone. 1st and 10 now, Florida State. Castanellis rolls out, throws, incomplete. Touchdown TCU. There's a flag, though. I'm assuming it's on the defense. I could be wrong. Yeah, they'll end up declining that. Holding on the defense, so TCU will go up 26-21 with 5:44 to go in that game. 5:07 to go in the Miami-Florida State game. 2nd and 10 for Florida State, so I must have missed their last play. They'll make an adjustment. Looks like Miami's bringing pressure. Castanelos steps up, gets out, throws, incomplete. It's going to be 3rd and 10, but hey, 3rd and 4th and 10 has been the number for Florida State on this drive. TCU now goes up 28-21. Just on a little post, it looks like, by the slot receiver. Rec, can you give your best Harlan? I'm calling both games. I don't know who that is. Is that an indictment on me? I don't know what that guy sounds like. 5 minutes to go. Miami FSU. It's going to be 3rd and 10 here for Florida State. Casanellis back to throw. He will dump it off. He only picks up about a yard, though, so it's going to be 4th and 9 for Florida State. Damn, you can't have Dion and the team he played for lose simultaneously on the same WreckTalk stream. That would break my heart. Florida State fans looking dazed and confused. 4th and 8, Florida State. 4:29 to go in this game. Casanellis back to throw. Steps up. Throws. Complete. The 3rd 4th down and long conversion for Florida State. The problem is this drive is taking a lot of time. This is going to tick under 4 minutes here by the time he can snap it, unless they call a timeout, which they do. 4:02, probably where they'll set the game clock there. This is not bad for Florida State or for Miami here. I mean, didn't this clock start around, it was at 7 minutes, so it's been about a three minute and some change drive. I'm sure Miami's fine with that. Miami took the timeout. Oh, they want the catch reviewed because that ends the game on the spot. They want them to review this catch. All right, Colorado. They're on their own 19 here. They'll complete a pass and make it, 2nd and 5. 5:27 to go in that game. Caden Salter's out, the guy that they said sucked and was the greatest quarterback and sucked and then was the greatest quarterback. 2nd and 5 for Colorado. They'll run it. And they're not going to get them about a yard. It'll be 3rd and 4. The clock will tick under 5 minutes in that game. $18-play drive per Kirk and Chris. Okay. 1st and 10 now. Florida State. Casanellos takes off to run again. It gets about 5 or 6, but he takes a lick and the clock still rolls. Now under 3:50. Oh, Colorado. What just happened in the Colorado game? I just saw the ball on the ground. These idiots have no idea what they're doing. 2nd and 4 for Florida State, though. 3:27 on the clock. Casanellis has time. Throws. Touchdown, Florida State. So we're going to have 3:22 to go in that game. Are they going for 2 or 1? You got to go for 1 here. That way a touchdown and then a field goal ties it. You went for 2 last time to make that the case. Colorado was offside, so Colorado is now 3rd and 9. Colorado, Salter's back, flushed, throws, complete, and Texas Christian just refuses to tackle him. They look around like they weren't even aware he caught it. They'll convert that. 3:57 to go in that game. I guess I don't understand going for 2 here. That way a field goal wins it if you score and get the ball back. Casanello steps up, throws, and they'll get the 2-point conversion. Oh, because all right, now it's damn. That's getting a little interesting now. 19-28. Pete's back now that his bet's looking good. What'd I tell you, Rick, you dumbass? Well, I didn't think that Miami was just going to refuse to play defense on that drive there on 4th and long and 3rd and long. But yeah, I get pay Pete, I guess, if this works out. You gotta hope. You gotta hope. Let's see if it goes 31-19 though. Let's see here. Well, 31-19, you still get paid. That's still 12 points. So you need this score to stay where it is. Pete needs this score to stay where it is. So we'll erase one of the frowny faces on Pete. Now this is not gonna work out, but maybe you'll hit the other bet. 2:46 to go, TCU Colorado. 3rd and 11 here for Colorado. They're on their own 32. Salter's back. Ton of pressure. Gets the ball off. Not catchable, out of bounds. It's going to be 4th and 11 in that game. What just happened in the Florida State-Miami game? What just happened? Did they onside it and get it? No. That guy's on top of it, right? Well, they had to onside it there. Yeah, they had to onside that. Yeah, Miami gets it back, though, right? Yeah, that guy's on it. 4th and 11, so this will be the ball game. Well, not exactly. Colorado's got 3 timeouts. And is TCU going to take their final timeout there? Looks like they are. Yeah, it looks like they are. So 1st and 10 now for Miami. 4th quarter yards, Miami only has 7. They'll run it, break it off tackle, and they'll pick up 4. Dion will only use one of those 3 timeouts. I don't know what they're reviewing, but I got to pee bad. I've had to pee like 4 times. All right, that was like an 800 PSI pee so I could get back here, guys. I hope you are happy. What are they reviewing? I'm confused in the Colorado TCU game. I mean, you can't review a penalty. They didn't throw a flag on it. I don't understand. Anyway, 2nd and 7 now for Miami. 3:13 to go. Miami with 2 time or Florida State with 2 timeouts. They'll throw. They throw there. Is this the Cristobal doing Cristobal things? They throw there. The ball gets knocked up. They're probably lucky they didn't turn the ball over there. It's going to be 3rd and 7. Now Miami doesn't have to burn one of their 2 timeouts. Oh, boy. Oh, man. This is, you're not feeling good if you're a Miami fan right now. Another throw to the tight end. He's going to be close to the first, but I don't think he got it. Depends on the spot. Colorado is going to punt with 2:40 to go, down 28-21. Miami's going to go for this 4th and 1, huh? Punts away. It was a shitty punt. Man, that was an awful punt. The guy punter had pressure on him. Looking for a flag there. No, the one wasn't thrown. Let's take another look at this. Oh, he just fell down and flopped like an idiot. Never mind. Yeah, he just flopped like an idiot. He just said, oh, someone's around me. Let me eat shit real quick. So Colorado does have all 3 timeouts. They're down 28-21. A&M comes out on their own 41. They'll throw ton of room here for this guy. He needs to stay in bounds, though. Man, they'll pick up about 20 yards as Colorado will push him out of bounds. Miami's going to go for this. There's a flag, though. There's a flag on the play. You got to think that's on Miami, right? What is the flag? Offsides on the defense. Well, there you go. Florida State with only 1 timeout left now. So even had they not got that, they would have got it off penalty anyway. Castanelis looks like he's about to cry. Let me make sure I didn't miss anything here real quick while we're in a down period. No. They lined up offsides. Wow. Yeah, did someone ask me, do I think, or is Mario Cristobal a better coach than Mike Norvell? Yes. Yes, he is. Miami will line up in the eye now. 2:40 to go in this game. Clock still ticking. They'll take about a 2 or 3 yard loss there. Oh, but they don't. He's still on his feet, and they get about 5 yards. Wow. What in the world? Alabama was Florida State Super Bowl, evidently. You can hear Wake fans, so now they want to call offsides. Well, look, I don't officiate the games. Take that up with the ACC head office there. So we got 2:33 to go. Miami's 2nd and 12. How is that the case? Oh, I guess they ruled him down or they blew the whistle dead, and then he kept running. It's 2:12 to go. TCU, Colorado. Got the pink numbers for TCU, the Christian Horny Frogs. Kirk is talking up Key and the boys. What are you talking about? What's he saying? Talking about Georgia Tech? Talking about Brent Key? All right, TCU 2nd and 6. RPO, quarterback will keep it. He'll get the first. And they'll go to the 2-minute timeout. 2nd and 12, Miami and I. Another handoff. And it'll be 3rd and 12. Florida State out of timeouts. This will bring us to the 2-minute final timeout for the Florida State-Miami game. So Florida State's got to get this ball back. Florida State doesn't have enough time. They got to get the ball back. They got to score, and then they got to get an onside kick. I think they call that low probability. Saying ACC what it used to be, Tech on the rise, etc. Okay. Well, I mean, what might be the best team in the country is in the conference. And then, I mean, I guess a good point would be like, who's the clear number 2 in the ACC? I don't think it's Florida State. It certainly ain't Florida State. Who's the second best team in the ACC? Is it Georgia Tech? They played like shit against Wake. Is it Louisville? Well, Louisville just got beat today, didn't they? Is it Duke, who's 3-2 without an ACC loss? Is Virginia the second best team in the conference? They just beat Louisville. Yeah. I mean, the second best team in the conference is either Duke, Georgia Tech, or Virginia. And I really think it's either Georgia Tech or Virginia right now. Yeah, you can say Virginia lost to North Carolina State, but they just beat Louisville on the road, didn't they? Virginia beat Louisville in Kentucky. That's impressive. Did anyone think we'd be sitting here saying, yeah, Virginia's probably the second best team in the conference? Anyone think that in week 6? Duke losing to Cal 14-0. Yeah, they are. Yeah, they are. Damn. Sagapatutu is 10 for 11, 122 yards and a touchdown. He was a pick-throwing machine against Boston College. Boston College should have beat Cal last week. Boston College had the ball with like 20 seconds to go inside the Cal 10 and threw a pick to end that game. So Cal is sometimes the second best and sometimes the worst. All right. Fourth quarter, Colorado TCU, 2 minutes to go. TCU with the ball. They'll run for about a 2-yard gain. Colorado with 1 timeout left, which you would think comes now. We've improved. Deion takes all his timeouts for the first time this year. Is Georgia Tech the only... Well, Georgia Tech and Miami are the only undefeated teams in the conference, right? Yeah, Georgia Tech, Miami are the only 2 teams in the conference that are undefeated. Deion uses all his timeouts. It's a miracle. It's a miracle. Saldor told him to do that. He's like, hey, coach, this is where you actually call a timeout. Okay. This would be where you want to use those. 4 turnovers for Colorado. 3rd and 12 for Miami. You should not run, or you should not throw here. This should still be a run. Thank you. Oh, and they might pick it up. No, well, he gets about 5 yards. But Florida State can't stop the clock. So this will tick down to like a minute 20 in that game. Fourth and 8 for Miami. Minute 20 to go for TCU Colorado. 3rd and 5 for TCU. TCU has the ball. That game's pretty much over now. Colorado can't stop the clock. Miami will go for it on 4th and throw, which stops the clock, which makes no damn sense whatsoever. None. Can someone explain that to me? Are they not in field goal range right there? Are you trying to make Pete's bet hit? That's dumber than hell, man. That is dumber. My God. They were in field goal range. Wow. Luckily, they're up 9 points here. Wow. I mean, my God. All right, Florida State with the ball back. Throw complete. They're not going to gain anything out of it, though. Mario bet FSU. Mario and Pete both most locked their bet in at the same time. 2nd and 10, Florida State now. 1:07 to go. They'll audible. Colorado about to kick a field goal on 4th and 6. Casanella steps up, slides steps up and slides, and they're going to draw a penalty, which is probably going to come with targeting. I'll tell you this, that's tough for that defender. Like, they're in a situation where they don't have a lot of time, so you don't know whether this cat's going to slide or not. Your momentum's already taken you to him. Let's see what they call on it. 4th and 6. TCU's going to go for it. What? What's the damn line in that game? What kind of sense does that make? They'll throw wide open touchdown. I think he got his leg down too. And he's hurt. Casanello steps back to throw, flushed out of the pocket, will dump it off. They'll pick up a few. Touchdown TCU. Can someone explain to me with Colorado TCU, you're up 7 in field goal range, 4th and 6. I mean, it worked out for them, but why do you not kick a field goal? That's a touchdown. These games are trying to out dumbass one another. 2nd and 6. Castanella's back to throw. Dumps it off. Gets stuck. Breaks one tackle. So it'll be a first. The clock will stop at 46 seconds to move the chains. And there's just not enough time for Florida State to do anything here. So Dion will get beat 35-21. Castanella's flushed out of the pocket, still on his feet, and he'll throw it up. He'll throw it away. I guess TCU's coach just said, I'm going against Dion, and winning by 7 is an embarrassment. Let's just try and let's try and win by 14 here, even though it's 4th and 6. We're in field goal range, okay? Let's save ourselves some embarrassment. That's weird, man. We're watching the 2 different games. The same stupid thing happens that I've never seen happen before. 2nd and 10, Casanello steps up in the pocket, throws, ball's tipped, but still caught. They don't tackle him. He's still on his feet, and he's going to get out of bounds. What is Miami doing? What are they doing? Holy shit, Colorado might take the kickoff back. They almost do. Pay Pete, hand over 43 too, bang. Hand over the 43. Yeah, I guess we gotta. Oh, man. Florida State's going to kick a field goal and then an onside kick. Okay, that is not the dumbest thing ever. Appreciate the $5 by Minutes and Principles. Everybody wants to have dramatic tech ending to a game. All right, so Florida State will hit the extra point. That'll make it 28-22. Hell, if they onside this, what if they onsided this and then ended the game with a loss where they hit the field goal? But then that means Pete's other bet hits. It's a bad beat of the week. All right, we got to give Pete a smiley face. Give Pete a smiley face. Big smiley face for Pete. We'll give him a headband too. There you go, Pete. Kind of makes him look super Asian, though. Castanella's about to throw a pick. All right, so down goes Dion. What's Colorado now? What's their record now? What are they in the Big 12? They're 2-4. Colorado is 2-4. All right, so the onside kick And that did not go anywhere near 10 yards. Nowhere near 10 yards. That'll end the game. The Buffaloes are now the Buffatoes. Oh, shit. Yeah, that was an awful onside kick. That was an awful onside kick. I appreciate the $20 from Huffer Billy Paul for a coupled pack of chew. Appreciate it, sir. Appreciate the 20. We can go ahead and put it. There's your final. There's your final for Miami, Florida State. Florida State did try and fight back to get in that thing. Oh, Miami could not take a knee here. Yeah, that's true. They will take a knee, and that'll end the game. So down goes Colorado. Down goes Florida State. Florida State now got a 2 in the L column. Oh, they didn't even shake hands. Norvell and Cristobal didn't even shake hands, did they? Let me go back. Let me see this again. Oh, they did. Okay. They did shake hands. It was just brief. It was very, very brief. Appreciate the $10 from Josh Pittman. Said, someone check on #1 Coach Prime fan. Oh, that guy's gone. That man deleted his account after the Tech game. Love X-Rex. Boy, you better not let your lady hear you talking about old X-Rex. But she'd probably get mad. All right, let's go look at Duke Cal now. We need Duke Cal. Here they are. Make sure my sound's off. It is. So Duke down 7-14. They were down 14-0. Cal's got this big idiot left-handed quarterback. I don't know what they're thinking with that. We can probably just go ahead and change this up. Let's go find Duke. There they are. Look at this. On the fly. On the fly. Duke 7. What quarter are they in? This is the first. So this first quarter is about to end, so we'll be in the second. And then we need to get old Cal in here. There they are. There's Cal. I got the old cursive. I don't even know that that's taught in school anymore. 14. Boom. That looks stupid, though. I don't like how that looks. That's better. A little more symmetric. #1 Coach Prime fan has changed his account to #1 Dallas Cowboys fan. Live bet Duke at half. All right, so you get one smiley face, Pete. Now, -4.5 didn't work out. Or +4 didn't work out, so you get a frowny face. A frowny face for that. Frowny face, Pete. We'll still give you a headband, though. A little bit of hair. So Pete's 1 for 1 on his degeneracy during this. Slim said he called win and cover. Okay. We'll give you a happy face, Slim. Slim, give you a happy face. All right, and we'll put a little cigarette in your mouth. Okay. There you go. You got a little cigarette, Slim. All right. What was your live bet? What's your live bet on Duke going to be, you think? Well, I guess we got to get the half before you can live bet it, right? You don't know what the live bet's going to be. What do I think of Penn State falling to UCLA? I think that's the most embarrassing loss. I'm trying to think what is a more embarrassing loss I've seen in like the past few years than that. Like, that's about as embarrassing of a loss as you can have, losing to UCLA. I mean, I'm trying to think of big upsets that have happened. Like, UVA Florida State doesn't even compare. It's not even the same universe of upset. I mean, that's almost on par with, like, App State upsetting Michigan way back in the day when App State wasn't even a, like, D1 school. Alabama to Vandy last year. Yep. Except I still think UCLA is going to win, like, 3 games this year, including that one. Like, at least with Bama losing to Vandy, Vandy ended up being a pretty good team, right, at the end of the day. I don't think UCLA is a good team. Like, does anyone think, even with UCLA beating Penn State, that they're a good team now? No. No. UCLA's still going to lose, like, 8 games. UCLA beating Penn State was the first time an 0-4 team has beat a top 10 team in 40 years. Wow. There's a stat for you. 40 years. What is it? It's 2025. So 40 years ago was 84. All right. 1985. Yeah, 1984. So the last time a loss was that embarrassing, Ronald Reagan was president in 85. Yeah, Ronald Reagan was president in 85, right? When did he get shot by that person who read Catcher in the Rye and thought that him shooting Reagan meant Jodie Foster would love him? Sounds like I'm making that up. Sadly, I am not. What year was that? All right, Cal has the ball. Hand off. Ends up squeezing out of there and getting about a yard. 1981. Let me look up what happened in 1985. Gorbachev became the Soviet leader the last time, and a loss was that embarrassing. Big play for UCLA, man. Duke's defense is playing like ass. Let's see. Reagan ordered sanctions on South Africa in response to its apartheid policies. Apple launched the first Macintosh computer in 1985. There you go. The last time a loss was as embarrassing as Penn State, UCLA, the Apple I released. Apple I released. Just laid 100 on Duke plus 4.5. All right. We'll even write it left-handed for Pete on his bets. You had Duke what? Duke plus 4.5. So Pete's got Duke. Pete's got Duke, the Dukies at plus 4.5. All right. Duke plus 4.5 for Pete. All right, Cal's 2nd and 10 here. Cal's 4-1 with that loss to damn San Diego State. Back to throw, deep ball, flag's going to be PI. Yep, he already signaled it. Duke cannot play defense with Cal for some reason. I was but a twinkle in my parents' eyes in 85. I wish I would have got to experience the 80s. The 80s seemed like they were pretty badass. I mean, I remember the 90s. The 90s were pretty cool. In fact, I remember... let me tell you how messed up in the head I was as a kid. I was in either kindergarten or first grade. And I asked my dad, it was like, I think it was 96. It was 1996. And I said, when is it going to be 1996 again? Like, I thought that things just reset at some point and then it would be 1996 again. What kind of 5-year-old asked stuff like that? Cal quarterback rolling out. He's either going to take a sack or no gain there. Now they're going to give him a yard. They're going to get a yard there, old Cal. Very interesting concept of time as a kid. You were in college in 96. I made it through Y2K. I remember Y2K. Oh my God, the technology will cease to exist in 2000. And nothing happened. Turned out nothing happened. Graduated high school in 87, says Pete McGaha. We might have to DoorDash something. I'm getting kind of hungry. I tell you what, C-Dog had some banging pulled pork and mac and cheese at his baby shower. I wish I would have taken some with me. Graduated in 2011. Got some boomers in here. I think Papa Rec was born. He was born in 66, I think. See what we can DoorDash. I'm talking shit to all these guys that are gambling, and then I'm going to waste money on some damn DoorDash. You DoorDash something, like you DoorDash McDonald's, it's like $40. I don't want McDonald's. I'm just saying like $20 is, whatever you order is going to end up being twice that much. I already have something in my card, evidently. Huffer Billy Paul was born in 64. So you were, hold on, let me delete all this. You were 5 when we landed on the moon? Get this out of my cart. What is all this crap? Pete graduated in 99. Y2K was one of the biggest nights of my life. Did you get Y2 laid? Is that why? Did you get Y2 laid? All right, what can we DoorDash tonight? Fat Shack. There's a place called Fat Shack. The hell is that? 10 Lizzie's is still open. 10 Lizzie's is not good. Screw 10 Lizzie's. Cheeseburger Bobby's? You can still order cheeseburger Bobby's? Ooh, we might have to do that. If I can get a cheeseburger, that's what I'm going to do. As long as sometimes it won't let you order it plain though, and that's horseshit. Double it for $2.50? Yeah, do that. Give me some pepper jack cheese. Ooh, I can get extra bacon. Hold up. French fries are $5? $5 for French fries? Will they rub my pecker for $5? Special instructions. This is very important. Special instructions. Oh, I can't type nothing in? I need to say plain. Damn, Cal might score on this run. No, they're going to be short off 2nd and 9. Why won't it just let me type something? Now, I didn't check any of the, like, sauces. I didn't check. Fuck that. All right. Continue. Oh, they're closed. Well, why did you recommend that to me? I just went through all this stuff. Cal just scored. They're going to go up 20-7. Why would you let me do that when they're closed? The hell are you doing? I got a taste for some cheeseburgers. I had a taste for orange juice and there's just a swig in the jug. If you know that reference, you're a real one. Why don't you just show me what's open? How about that? Accepting orders until 11:39. No, hell no. I ain't about to order some food when people are ready to go home. They'll piss in my pizza. I know it. I know they will. Scar beats LSU next week, South Carolina. My greatest memory of life is you can't unlose to Jeff Collins. Man, C-Dog has some banger little lines that he comes up with, doesn't he? Yeah, you can never. Didn't he say that on the ACC show? You can never unlose to Jeff Collins. What is Planted Pizza? Planted Planet Pizza. I don't really care for Domino's, though. My Montana Grizzlies held on to their asses over Idaho State Taters. Okay. Man, this kickoff bounces. Duke will field it, take it back. Still on his feet. Got a little room, makes a cut, spins. Damn, he gets almost to midfield with that. 12:07 to go in the half. Ooh, I do love. No, I don't. No. Why is this so damn difficult? Here, we'll try this. About night shift pizza. Just give me old pepperoni. $20 for a large. Wow. All right, Duke's got the ball now. They're on their own 42. Oh, what do you know? Another throw to the running back in the flat. I swear I've seen this story before somewhere. Pepperoni. Boom. A patty melt from Waffle House sounds so good. Yeah, there is a Waffle House, but it's in Woodstock. I don't want to drive to Woodstock. I don't think you can DoorDash Waffle House. When I lived in Smyrna, there was one I could walk to, and that was badass. All right, let's see here. Continue. 33 to 48 minutes. Perfect. Let's do it. Damn, $38? $38? I don't know, man. 3rd and 11. Duke throws complete. They convert. Duke not going away. Yeah, we'll do it, dude. Screw it. We'll do it. We'll do it. Apple Pay has ruined me. When you can just hit a button twice and someone brings you stuff, I mean, that's hard to turn down. Do Mormons fast? If by fast you mean abstain from sex, yes. They fast from sex. All right, handoff for the Dukies. Big old white boy will pick up about 10. All right, it should be here between 12:09 and 12:24. Duke's going to make Peak happy. Duke plus 4.5. All right. All right, let's make Pete some money. Throw complete. Man, he fit that throw into a tight spot. Tight. Yeah. I'm kind of rooting for Duke. I don't have a reason to dislike Cal other than their quarterback's left-handed, but I am rooting for Duke here, seeing as how we play Duke. So 12:30, we'll see. I got to have my phone ringer on too. I got to ring them in. Cece says I'm Mormon. Well, I mean, look, here's the weird thing about Mormonism. And I knew about this. C-Dog reminded me. Hold on. 2nd and 9 for Duke. Throw to the end zone. Touchdown, Duke. No, he drops it. He had him. But, and this isn't specific to Mormons. Have you heard of the poop hole loophole? Where like, well, if we do anal, then that's not, you're still a virgin technically. And I've always even like when I was in that world, I was like, how dumb do we think God is though? Like God's vision doesn't go below like the bottom of the labia or something. Say, oh man, I can't see there. Flag pass interference. Like God's like, oh, we didn't explicitly write that out in the thing, so I guess this is okay. Wreck, you need a 4x4 for that mud. Yeah, never been something I've been into. It's 1st and goal here for Duke after the penalty. They'll hand it off up the middle. Nothing going. Oh, they're holding on to this running back's leg like a greasy half-eaten turkey at Thanksgiving. Yeah, Joe's really a pilot. And he told me last stream that I couldn't land his Learjet, and I think he's full of shit. Well, I'll tell you what, Joe, why don't you take me up with you and then let me incapacitate you with chloroform, and I'll prove you wrong. How about that? It's the only way we're going to know. Poop hole exclusion is not in the 10 Commandments. I mean, is premarital sex really in there? I don't think it is, right? Like, where in the Bible does it say you can't have sex until you're married? Like, it talks about purity and all this. I don't know that explicitly, like, where does that come from? 3rd and goal now for Duke. Touchdown. I think, yeah, he's definitely in there. Signal that touchdown. Touchdown, Duke. Oh, I've got 200. 200. Hold on a second. Look, we'll do it. There you go. There you go. Now it's fixed. Touchdown, Duke. All right, so 21-7. There you go. What are you saying? Poo titty is a concept? Tech versus Cumberland. Yeah, guys, I just made a mistake. Okay, goal. Goal. Yeah, somehow Cal was up 200-7 before halftime. Purity is a concept. That's something else I like too. Is like, hey, the minute one of these girls has sex with someone, gone. You got to go. We have sex with someone. That's a different story. God forgives that. God will totally forgive that. Oh, it's 21-4. Guys, I don't know what I have to do to demonstrate to you. I got no idea what the score is right now. None. Joe has a serious question. My friend's girlfriend from high school just hit me up and wants to go out. Would it be okay? Is she hot? Well, all right, hold on. This isn't showing up in the main chat. So, Joe, let me see what you're trying to ask. You're saying your friend's girlfriend from high school, who they're not dating anymore, hit you up, and is that basically a betrayal to your friend? It depends. What is she on a scale of 1 to 10 as far as hotness is concerned? Tell me what she is on a scale of 1 to 10, and I'll tell you whether that what you should do next. Why don't you just ask your friend? No, before you ask your friend, you need to answer my. So she's hot. What is she on a scale of 1 to 10 though? Is she better than a 7? Is she better than a 7? Just get in the Discord and let me see a picture of her. That's probably, she's like a 9? Why do you need to ask? Yes, just, you don't even need to consult your friend. Go out with her. First of all, they're not dating anymore. How long since they've even been together? How long since they've been together? Yeah, do the Mile High Club with her, whatever you're going to do. She's a 9 out of 10. No matter what the consequences are, you deal with that later. You ask for forgiveness later. She's a 9 out of 10. I mean, you're saying like this girl's insanely hot then. That would be like if C-Dog went out with your ex-wife. No, it wouldn't. What are you talking about? He said girlfriend. They weren't married. My friend is also married now. Okay, then what is the issue? I'm confused. This is like the most Georgia Tech fan question I've been asked. My friend is also married now, but I feel like it would be awkward around him. What y'all? What, you want to go on a double date with him or something? He don't even. Why would he even need to know? How would you even communicate that to him? Like, hey man, I know you're married now, but I remember that girl you're dating? She's actually pretty hot and hit me up. How would he even respond to that? You just do what you do, dude. Just mash her head into the damn co-pilot seat and do what you need to do. This is the biggest no-brainer that I've ever been asked. You came back to the stream. Her name is Sydney? Hold up. Yeah, first, in all honesty, man, not even joking around, there's zero wrong with going out with this girl. Zero. Like, it would be one thing if they were dating last week and then now you're trying to take her out. That would be one thing. Interception Duke. White boys taking it back. Oh my God. Flag, late flag thrown. Dear Wreck-It Vice line. You need to handle Sydney, bro. Yeah, I mean, there's literally nothing wrong with going out with this girl. None. I mean, yeah. It's nothing like if C-Dog were to go out with my ex-wife or something, which, by the way, would be awkward, but there would be nothing wrong with that. Octavian's happy today. Yeah, Pete's been a good weekend. Joe, post a picture of this girl in the Discord. Just do it. Because 9 out of 10 is suspicious. That I need to confirm your ranking. Asking Rec for advice is like asking me about drinking. Asking me for advice is perfect. In all instances except this one, you should do the opposite of my advice, especially as it pertains to women. She's very nice. I just don't want to destroy the friend. Dude, let me tell you something. If your friend got legitimately pissed about that, then your friend's an asshole. What? Every girl that he stuck his dick in is now off limits to you? What kind of sense does that make? That's insane. So let's say some girl I dated 10 years ago, C-Dog gets with. There's nothing wrong with that. He's married. First of all, it would be messed up if he got mad. Like his wife comes like, what are you mad about? Damn, Joe the pilot's dating my ex-girlfriend. So what? We're married now. Aren't you happy? Yeah, but, you know. High school relationships don't matter as, oh yeah. For anyone that's been out of high school for any length of time, how many friends that you went to high school with do you even talk to today? There's maybe one or two friends that I went to high school with that I even communicate with on like a yearly basis. Yeah, high school doesn't matter. Be glad to be Eskimo brothers. Is that really what it's about? Hold up. I think I know what this is about now, Joe. That framed it to make a lot more sense. Are you afraid that she is going to deduce somehow that your friend has a bigger dick than you? Is that really what this is about? Because what you asked about doesn't make any sense to me. First of all, Joe, how old are you? You know, how old are you? I imagine you're in your early 20s, and that actually makes this make a lot more sense too. My wife, I graduated with her. What do you mean, dang, Pete? Old enough to fly? Which is worse, Belichick's UNC team or 2020? So you're 24. So I'm going to be honest with you. You're a little too old to be asking these questions. You're getting to the age where I'll just call it how it is. You're getting to the age where men don't give a shit about none of this stuff. If you have an opportunity to pork some lady, you just do it. You got to start looking out for yourself, buddy. Like I said, if your friend were to get mad about that, your friend's an asshole and he's insecure and he's weird because he's currently married. Big completion for Duke coming off the turnover. They're almost in the red zone now. I'll Kobe go ahead and get drunk. By the time they find out, it's a little too late. Yeah. Look, you've got a good career. You're a pilot. Assuming you're correct and this girl really is a 9 out of 10, you live your life, buddy. You live your life. Even in the worst case scenario, let's say, for instance, that C-Dog started dating my ex-wife. Would I feel some kind of way about that? Absolutely I would. But I would want them to be happy. What? I've got to, now my ex-wife has to be celibate to satiate my ego for the rest of my life? No, that's insanity. Okay, I'm not going to show people the picture. Buddy, if you don't take this girl on a date that you just sent me a picture of, I will ban you from the channel forever. You need to get off the stream right now. Get off the stream right now. And you ask this woman on a date. I don't care that it's almost midnight. Send her a text. Say, hey, I'm going to be doing some flying soon. I'd love to show you, whatever. C-Dog going crazy? Yeah, you need to. If you don't take this girl on a date, dude, I'm concerned. It's nice that you're concerned for your friend's ego, which is what this is. But you need to take this girl on a date. No. He sent me, and again, assuming this, I have no reason to think he's lying. Yeah, this girl's everything he says she is in a 9 out of 10. It's the girl that is fully in the picture, right? Yeah, dude, come on. What are we doing here? What are we doing? Dude, you are so in there, Jonah Hill voice. We're talking about P and VG. Oh, another question, because this can be deceptive. How well, she's of age if she's graduated from high school, I'm assuming. All right, this game's tied up now. While we were sorting Joe's issues out, Duke scored. Did your friend give her a communicable disease? This is also a good question. Yeah, did your friend tell you something about this girl that makes you concerned of her? Because even if she's crazy, you still do it. 9 out of 10, she's way up on the curve. You still do it. Let me tell you something. Duke plus 4.5 was a lock. You're right. If what you just sent me was Sea Dog's sister, it still wouldn't matter to me, and I would still do it. Next game's up. Oh, this is next week. Yeah. You have no reason to feel any kind of way about talking to this girl, man. That's crazy. 2nd and 12. Offsides, free play for Cal. Intercepted, not going to matter. Duke was offsides. Snow her? Hey, buddy. Pete. You talking about snowing people? Damn. A 9 UGA fan cancels each other out. Oh, she's a Georgia fan. She's a Georgia fan. Is that true? Did you say that and I missed it? Oh, no. Someone was speaking that evil into your life. I'll tell you this. I don't know if I met this girl on Tinder or Bumble or whatever. All those dating apps are scams, by the way. Big sack, Cal. This girl, she was okay looking. She's like in the 5'6", so that's in my league. Show up and take her to the Mexican place. And I know this isn't going anywhere immediately. I'm not interested in what she's saying. She's not attractive enough for me to put up with her UGA fandom bullshit. So I talked shit about Georgia until she left. And I don't regret that at all either. 3rd and 15 for Cal. Quarterback steps up. 2 sacks in a row. As soon as I start talking shit about Duke's defense, they start showing out. A 5 or a 6 is a win for you? Yeah, you just got to get some at-bats in. If she's a Georgia fan, then she's a winner too? Yeah, come on, dude. She is a UGA fan. She graduated from Georgia Southern. Okay. Now we might have some things to talk about. Actually, we don't. I mean, what are you doing? Yeah, you take this girl out. Big Duke bounce on the punt there. Duke's going to get the ball on Cal's side of the field here. No, you can be realistic about what round you're drafting in the dating game, okay? You can be realistic about that. I'm not drafting in the first 4 rounds. Let's just be honest with ourselves about that. That's fine. It's not likely to get any better. So you get some at-bats in. When your pick comes up, you draft and you move on about your day. You do that or you buy hookers. That's what you do. Nothing wrong with that either. I don't understand why prostitution is illegal anyway. Why, if you have sex for money on camera, is it legal? But if you have sex for money and no one films it, it's illegal. Can someone explain that to me? Big run for Duke, first down. All right, I'll tell her we can. She has no issue with it. Thank you. Thank you. We were going to have to hunt you down if you didn't take care of this. Hookers are like the transfer portal. Big throw for Duke. Incomplete. Threw it in the end zone. 3:13 to go in the half. She's begging for it? What are you talking about? As a wise friend of mine once said, if selling it legal and screwing is legal, then why isn't selling screwing legal? Yeah, no, I agree. Again, for some reason, the act of filming it is where the line legally is drawn, and I don't understand that. Either they should both be illegal or they should both be legal. Where's my damn pizza? I'm hungry. They're picking my order up. They're picking it up. Damn, it's all the way in Kennesaw, too. They got to drive a little ways. Because it's not taxed. Huffer Billy likes filming it, too. You know, the more you say on the subject, HBP, and I hate to be the one to say it, the more Sleeta's coming out. Because you talk about being Mormon because of the not sex thing and then filming. It's starting to become concerning. What's going on with you? Are you okay? Do you need me to come over and sort some things out for you? We'll figure it out. We'll fix it, whatever it is. By the way, if you're in the chat and you haven't watched Sleeta, what are you doing? You're missing out. Oh, big play for Duke to get him inside the 5. They can tax the filming. It's fun? Damn. I'll be honest with you. Anything sexually that involves someone other than me and the person I'm having sex with, I don't get, period. Period. Even if there's another lady in there, like, I can only focus on one of you at a time. I can't split my attention between the two of you. So if you take a woman on a date and pay for it, what's the difference? Hell, I've been paying a lot of money every month. That don't seem to be illegal, though. Nothing illegal about that at all. And when you buy a hooker, they don't means test you. It doesn't scale with your income what you pay for the hooker, but what I do does. FSU would sue the hooker. FSU would sue the hooker. Oh my God. Yeah, well, I didn't perform well because if you were hotter, I wouldn't have done this. I'm suing you. What are we doing? What are we doing here, guys? We're solving the world's problems. What other stream do you know gets people laid? Name one. That's what we're doing here tonight, though. That's what we're doing here tonight. All right, let's throw this away. FSU down bad. It wouldn't surprise me if they file another lawsuit. Bonnie Blue would like to have a word. Is that the girl that had sex with like several hundred men in like one session? Is that who Bonnie Blue is? How does that work? How do you find that many guys that are like, yeah, okay, so 1,057. How'd you like to be, just a random number 803? Who's signing up to be number 803? She isn't even hot? Let me look. What's about to come up if I search Bonnie Blue? Oh, is she British? I don't even know. She looks British. Yeah. She's from Nottinghamshire. Just looking at the picture, I knew she was British, which is that's like a -3 hotness points. She's claimed to have made anywhere from 600 euros to more than $2 million per month on OnlyFans. Well, that's what she claims. $2 million a month? You're telling me $24 million a year for people to watch you stick stuff up your hoo-ha? First and goal for Duke. All right, yeah, and first and goal for Duke, and it looks like Duke might score. Anyways, back to the Bonnie Blue talk. She's 20. Yeah, she looks way older than she is. In 2025, she announced and later canceled a petting zoo event in which she would be tied up naked inside a glass box with the goal of having sex with 2,000 men. What? What? How long would that even take? Let's say you had sex with 2 men a minute. Right? So that's 1,000 minutes. That's 16 hours straight of having a guy have sex with you every 30 seconds, right? I mean, this is like some other level messed up stuff. She stated she was bored of living in the 9 to 5. She became a webcam model after making $5,000 in a week. She launched an OnlyFans page on which she posted videos of herself having sex with 18 and 19-year-old men. Cutting it close there, lady. Cutting it a little bit close there. During Schoolies Week in Australia and Freshers Week in Derby and Nottingham, geez. World record attempt for most sexual partners in a day. Duke scored. So setting aside having sex with over 1,000 men, Duke did score. There's a minute 10 to go in that game. Might just be an insert, remove, and move on. Yeah, that's what it would have to be. Just like, you know how there's like an on-deck circle in baseball? You know, you're just kind of, you're getting your swing in there and like, all right, let me go in, get my swing in, go. That's what it had to be. Pete Bet looking good. Yeah, Pete making money tonight. Not as much as you can make as this girl on OnlyFans, but you're doing all right. Why is this person just sitting there like an idiot? Bring my pizza here, man. Bring my pizza up here. All right, yeah. She claimed to have sex with 1,057 men in 12 hours. What? So 1,057 divided by 12. She had sex with 88 men an hour. So she's having sex with more than a man a minute. I guess that's possible, but that seems unlikely to me. Us Weekly described her as a competitive sex. Okay. Hashtag pay Pete. Yeah. Minute and 6 to go in the half. Duke down 14-0, now up 28-21. Cal dump it off in the middle of the field, but it hits a running back in the hands, and then his hands rejected the ball for some reason, incomplete. You're pretty sure it was filmed. Who would want to watch that? Who the hell would want to watch that? Let's go Kane, says Tyrone Hall. Yeah. I feel like that's worse than having a baby. You know, most people are happy about you having a baby. Most people are going to look sideways at you for having sex with over 1,000 dudes in 12 hours. 3rd and 10. Cal quarterback flushed out of the pocket and takes another sack to bring them down inside their own 10. Cal is just collapsing spectacularly. I don't know what's worse, Bonnie Blue getting screwed by over 1,000 dudes, or how many sacks Cal's taken since I've watched this game. I watched the documentary about it, and it said the father-sons were there, and the guys were arguing over who could go last. What? Who would want to be last in that scenario? You'd think you'd be arguing over who went first. Yeah, there's some messed up people in the world, man. There's some messed up people in the world. Sagapalutale? How do you say this guy's name? Sagapalutale? He's got a damn rat tail that he bleached. Dude, the documentary is crazy. They basically like to have what? Cal punts out of their own end zone here with 50 seconds to go in the half. They won't field it. Duke will still get it with decent field position on their own 38 or so. 1,000 Clemson fans attended. Well, it's not demons. It's just in the same way that, like, you know, it's like it's not demonic to hit yourself in the head with a hammer repeatedly. It's just dumb. It's like that. Just why are you doing that? They called her a demon in the documentary. What'd she do? Call herself Beelzebub while it was happening? She make demon sounds. 47 seconds. Duke back to throw, dumps it off. Oh, bounces off one tackle. They'll pick up about 5. Duke would like to at least get a field goal here. Who's they? The people doing the documentary called her a demon? Duke quarterback flush out of the pocket, throws wide open. He'll get out of bounds on the Duke 39. Where else can you go and talk about a girl getting screwed by 100 different guys and then just cut seamlessly into, first down Duke? Nowhere. Nowhere on the internet does this exist. First and 10 Duke, 20 seconds to go in the half. They need about another 5 yards to be in field goal range. Cal only rushes 3. Throw downfield, complete inside the 20. Well, they're certainly within field goal range now. They both have 2 timeouts. Happens on the crowded booth a decent amount. What are you talking? Oh, yeah. WreckTalk's X Kai Cent stream. Comping soon. What? What are you talking about, Dan? Bruh.
What? Bro, what are you talking about, man?
Either way, Duke's in field goal range. I didn't understand a word you just said. What was that? And where's my damn pizza? Oh, they're on their way. It says between 12:17 and 12:20. All right. We only got, we got a few more minutes. I wish I'd put money on Duke when it was 14-0. 13 seconds to go. Duke has one timeout left. Back to throw. Pumps. Throws to the end zone. Oh, that's not even catchable. You probably just kicked the field goal here with 8 seconds left. Are we about to watch you eat a whole pizza? I mean, I don't know. For the right super chat, I could probably put a timer on and see how fast I could eat an entire pizza. I don't know how large their large is, but I could probably eat it in less than 10 minutes. If I just wanted to. 2nd and 10. So they are going to run another play. Timeout, Cal. I'm tired of having pants on. Need shorts on. Oh, Pete, Joe's taking this hot girl to play pickleball. Is that a euphemism, or are you literally playing pickleball with her? It is written in prophecy that Duke will be the basketball school until the end times. Your comments seem AI generated. I don't think they are, but Pete's gay because he bet on Duke. Let's contemplate all the reasons why Pete is gay. He bought me this. I guess that makes me gay that I wear it, though. 2nd and 10. Handoff up the middle. Running back still on his feet. He better get down. They got to call a timeout so I can kick this field goal. Georgia Man says, not because you bet on Duke. We are playing pickleball. She's pretty good. This is critical. You cannot let this woman beat you at pickleball. If you let her beat you at pickleball, she's not going to respect you. In fact, I would err on the side of Dumb and Dumber when he throws the snowball in that girl's face and mashes her face in the snow than letting her beat you at pickleball. All right. Field goal attempt here by Duke. Yeah, someone come up with a legitimate reason why Pete is gay. Flag, I guess offsides. Cal. Oh, they're almost here. They're almost here, guys. They're almost here. He cheers for Clemson. I mean, I don't think that's a reason to be gay. All right, should be getting a call. I will win. I am better than Pete. I'll leave it at that. You gonna let him say he's better than Pete? Yeah, I did time that perfectly. Pete's at halftime. I'm a thinking man. All right. Field goal attempt here for Duke while I wait to ring this person in with my pizza. And looks good. Yep. So Duke will go up now. Damn, 31 points and a half is an ass whooping. I mean, I know they're only up by 10, but you give up 31 points and a half on pace for 62. That ain't a good look on your defense. Here, search my name, call the call box number. Be gay or be a Colorado fan. I don't Nothing you say makes sense. Pete is gay because he's short. Pete's not short, though, is the thing. Yeah, Pete's not. I would not call Pete short. This is Duke's second touchdown comeback of the year. Come on, man. I'm ready for my pizza. You just scroll down the list of names. You select mine. You hit call. I hit 9. You drive up. Let's do this. Oh, I guess they got in without it. They must have just followed someone in. I'm short now. Wreck, your comments are short, Buzz. I'm gay and short. Okay, what did we learn today, class? We learned 2 things, okay, about Pete. We learned that he's short, okay? We learned that he's gay, too. Okay. I'm not saying that you always get both of those things, but I do feel that a lot of gay men are also short. It limits the females that you can date. In fact, if you look on the dating websites, most of these girls will list that they're like 4 inches taller than they are. Like, I can't tell you how many people you can look at on the dating apps that list themselves as 5'11". I'm like, damn, it's an Amazonian woman, isn't it? 5'11". Ain't no way. He's walking up with that pizza, boy. Better bring that pizza. Honestly, Pete might be the most non-gay. Well, I wouldn't go that far. I'm not saying Pete's gay, but to say he's the most non-gay, that's too strong. That's too strong. Ooh, let's see what this thing looks like. You're gay and short is like what we said in high school. When I was in high school, everything was gay. Like, oh my God, man, this pizza's so gross. It's gay. Voted best wings in Kennesaw. All right. What do we think? That looks pretty good, doesn't it? Yeah, that looks pretty good. Oh, yeah. That's legit. That's legit. I know they're not wings, but they put a sticker on it that said they had the best wings. I was like, well, damn, wish you would have told me. Except for wings are the most expensive. Like, if you do a ratio of how much food costs versus how full you get, wings are the worst. Wings are the most expensive things you can buy that get you the least full. What is this place? Let's see. Doesn't say on here. Hold on. Let me look. Late Shift Pizza and Wings in Kennesaw. It's in Kennesaw, Georgia. They should have sent me this damn thing for free. I'm doing free advertising for these sons of bitches. Yep. I give the approval on that. Wing Nuts is calling your name? Until you include, well, buying seafood anywhere that's not near the ocean is a bad call in general. I mean, I know I've told this before. I'll tell the story again for halftime though. Let me finish this piece and I'll tell you. I do plan on going. I've already made arrangements to go to a Kennesaw State game this year on our next bye week. All right. As far as ordering seafood somewhere that's not near the beach, what pizza place is that from? Late Shift Pizza in Kennesaw. I met this girl on Bumble. And at like 10 o'clock one night, because she kept like him and hawing, I'm like, basically, I was kind of an asshole. But like, I'm not interested in talking to you through the chat. Like, you want to go on a date or do you not want to go on a date? If you don't, that's fine. But I don't, like, come on. Time is money, lady. All right. So I was like, I basically told her that. She stopped talking to me for a few days. Then one night at like 10 o'clock at night, she hit me up and she's like, hey, do you want to meet me at the Battery? Which, if you're not from Georgia, that's where the Brave Stadium is in Smyrna. And I was like, yeah, I'll do that. So I get there. She's at one of the bars in the Battery. And look, I don't admonish people from drinking. Like, I don't drink. You want to drink, that's fine. But don't be shit-ass drunk when I come to meet you for a date. She was heavily, heavily intoxicated. All right. So then her friends leave her there. So she's like, I need a ride. Oh my God, I'm so hungry. And she kept asking me, like, do you think that I'm too drunk right now? And I was like, yes, bitch, I do. I do think you're too drunk right now. I took her to Marietta Diner. And that's where I made the mistake of ordering a seafood Mardi Gras. Now, you can go look up this. That's not a date invitation. That's an invitation or an invitation. Okay. So we go to Marietta Diner. Look up what the seafood Mardi Gras is. The plate is like this big. It's full of pasta and seafood. It's got like 2 lobster tails, 20 shrimp on it, all this grouper, heavy, 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 heavy meal. So we eat that. Then she tried feeding me, I guess to be endearing. I didn't care for that. Like, lady, bumping my elbows, I can feed myself. And I'm not just making this up. If I'm nothing else, I'm honest. She was down, 100% down to bump fuzz that night with your boy Rick. I take her back to her house. Now her mom's like asleep in some room or whatever. She also talked about her ex-boyfriend, which is always a no-no on a date. No, she was down. Like, a girl doesn't take you back to her place when she's, tipsy if she's not down. So I pull into her driveway and she's trying to tell me about all this other bullshit. And as soon as I put it into park, I was like, this might be the most I've ever had to shit in my life. Ever. And she keeps talking. And to the point, my stomach is hurting so bad, I have to cut her off mid-sentence. I'm like, hey, can I use your bathroom? She's talking about her fucking grandma or something. I'm like, hey, hold on. Can I use your bathroom? And she's like she's immediately kind of put off by that. Like, yeah, I mean, like, it might be a little messy. Let me go in there and like make sure everything's, clean. And so she goes into the bathroom doing whatever dumb shit she's got to do. I'm literally like this. I'm like damn Rain Man when they trying to get him on the flight. I'm dancing like I'm about to miss Judge Wapner, and I'm Rain Man. All right. So she's like, all right, it's all good. I'll tell you how bad it was. Like, when I went to sit, like, my bowels didn't wait till I got to the seat. It was like, boom, 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 boom. was the most gnarly shit I've ever taken in my life, and it's not even close. Like, it's making my eyes water. And like the bathroom's at the end of a hallway, so she hears what's going on in there. She knows what's going on in there. I'm looking for like spray, but I'm not trying to spray. That's not going to do anything. I'm flushing like 4 times. So I get out. I do that. I get out and I look down the hallway right when I get out of the bathroom, and she's pissed. It smelled so bad. She was pissed. She's got her arms folded at the end of the hallway, and first of all, she was pretty tipsy when I went into the bathroom. She was sober as shit when I come out of the bathroom. She sobered up immediately when the stench of what I did hit. She just got her arms crossed, and I knew that this was over. Like, that was a clear signal to her that this is not someone you want to have sex with. So she's with her arms crossed, and I just walk up to her. I was like, I appreciate it, champ. And I like bumped her on the shoulder, and I left, and I never talked to her again. And so, yeah. Now, do I still eat seafood Mardi Gras? Of course. They're great. They're great. Seafood Mardi Gras tastes awesome. Every bit of that is true. Every bit of that is true. Appreciate the $10 from T-Branch. 10 out of 10, that's an all-timer, yeah. That's before I got on YouTube. You know, I smartened up. Had I had a channel, when I got out of that bathroom, I'd be like, you know who just shit in your bathroom? WreckTalk shit in your bathroom. You should be honored, lady. Come on now. That's not the only time that I've done that, by the way. You want another story? This was like 5 years ago. This wasn't even that long ago. Another time, I screwed up having sex with a girl because I shit. I was maybe 18, 19. In Georgia, man, this has to do with UGA. Because I grew up in Winder, which is just down the street from Athens. So this girl, now this was back when I was drafted in the first round, by the way. In fact, I'll show you real quick. Hold on. Damn. What's my password for this? Damn. I don't remember. I'm not going to be able to get my camera to focus. I'll see if I can find it, though. Hold on. Hold up. Let's scroll down to years and decades ago. That's what your boy used to be working with. It's not going to focus right. That's what your boy used to be working with. All right? That's when I was, a healthy 190 or whatever. This girl kept asking me out. The problem was every time she talked, I wanted to jump out a window. Just not an interesting person, but really attractive. Really, really attractive. I took her on a date to the 40 Watt Club, which if you know Athens, 40 Watt Club's a famous, like 40 Watt Club, Georgia Theater, famous clubs in Athens. She went to UGA. She lived in Oglethorpe dorm, which nicknamed O House. They called it O House. And we went to see Drive-By Truckers. who I am a huge fan of. I love drive-by truckers. Patterson Hood, Jason Isbell, all that shit's great. In fact, as much as I crap on Athens, there's a really good music scene in Athens. So go to 40 Watt, and, you know, there's a few bands that played. So right before Drive-By comes on, we go to the Dairy Queen right before it closes. That's why I won't order from somewhere that's just about to close. And I imagine they just scraped a burger off the floor, threw it on a patty, and gave it. I eat it, don't think anything of it. So then, right when Drive-By comes on, they're in like their second set. Same feeling in my gut. Now, I'm not about to go to the bathroom in the 40 Watt that's got Coke and semen and whatever else on it. I'm not using the 40 Watts bathroom. So I told her, like, I'm just like, we just got to go. We just got to go. Because I know O House is just down the road. Oglethorpe Dorm is right off Lumpkin Street, I want to say, which is that road that goes right behind Sanford Stadium. And at the time, I drove a Mazda B2200 that was a manual. And it was the type of manual that if you could drive this stick shift truck, that they ain't a manual vehicle you couldn't drive. Soon as I sat down in the truck, I knew I was not going to make it out of the truck without shitting my pants. I knew it as soon as I sat down. She's trying to touch. She's even like trying to be nice. Like, it's going to be okay. You're going to make it. Dorm's right up there. Dropped her off at O House. Didn't even let her shut the door. Didn't even tell her I wasn't following her in. I just peeled out, let the momentum shut the door, and I full on shit my pants. And that was the last time I ever talked to her, too. You know, the more I think about this, I think I have a problem. I think I need to improve my diet. Yeah. This happens way too much. Have we got through halftime yet? I also lived with like 4 other guys at the time. So I wasn't about to go back like in that condition. So I drove from there all the way back to Winder, which was like 30 minutes. That was miserable. Maybe I do have irritable bowel syndrome. I don't know. I've never been diagnosed. But I have left a lot of poontang on the table due to my bowels. For no good reason. How did I become a tech fan? Well, I'll address that after this. So 30 minutes in fully loaded diaper. And here's the thing. If you've never experienced that, you have to lift up in your seat a little bit to make room. So for 30 minutes, I'm basically doing a wall sit on shit. I called my mom. She was the only one that was at home. And as soon as she answered the phone, I said, look, do not say anything. I don't need you to say anything. I'm just going to give you instructions. Get 2 trash bags and about 10 towels and leave them in the garage and just stay away from me. Just stay away from me. Now, how did I become a tech fan? Well, I grew up a tech fan. My dad is friends with a donor. And the whole time I grew up, from the time I was little, I was going to Georgia Tech games. So, I mean, I was born into this thing. Yes, she did leave me alone. She didn't ask any questions. I mean, she knew what happened. My dad's a truck driver. She knew what happened. He's come in doing the damn duck walk before. We all know. I would know because my dad would just be like, just leave me alone, okay? You can say you've never had poop problems on a date. But look, Just make sure that don't become an issue, okay? Because it's kind of a problem that spirals. That's my experience. Once it happens once, it tends to happen again. Kind of like when you have a concussion, you know, it's easy to get another one and they just get worse. That same thing with shitting your pants on a date. It probably is a dipping because I started that when I played football in high school. Someone thought it would be funny to get me sick, and so they gave me some. It was pouches. Oh, we'll give Wreck these pouches. He'll get sick on the way back from Habersham Central or wherever we're playing. And instead of getting sick, I loved it and have done it every day, every chance I can until now. I played a few positions. I played quarterback. I played running back. I bounced between those two positions because I wasn't very good at quarterback. And I played defensive end. If you can believe this, I was fairly athletic at one time. The interstate using stuffed paper. I did start. Yeah, I did start. I've got my highlights on a CD somewhere. I'll have to see if I can upload them. Winder Barrow. So, we were 4A when I played. In fact, Oconee County was a rival of ours. And I played against Zach Mettenberger, who ended up going to UGA and transferred to LSU, and then started for the Titans for I don't know, a year or so. We got the dub, by the way, guys. We got the dub. I didn't sack Zach Mettenberger, but I did have a hurried pass that ended up in an interception, and that is my claim to fame. You had a buddy who coached at Oconee? Ton of money in Oconee County. Ton of money. All these Georgia players' kids go to Oconee County, North Oconee, or they go to the private school, Prince Avenue. That's where Rick's kids all went. Travis Nolan. Okay. (31-21). Got a flag here. I don't even know who has the ball. Holding on whoever's over here. First down. He coached Max Johnson. Did he coach him to be a big left-handed idiot? If I was the quarterback's coach at a school, I would be like Rocky. I'd be like Mick. You throw that ball with your left hand and I'll cut it off. Damn, so now Cal's going to take over inside their own team. I also played against Tavares King. He went to Habersham Central, Mount Airy, and played wide receiver at UGA. First down, Cal. Prince got upset by Hart County. See, the year before I went to high school, Winder Barrow was 3A. They moved up to 4A, and they played Hart County, who was 3A. What was that? All right. And it's gone. Pizza's gone. All gone. Was it Mettenberger who got in trouble in Athens one night that pulled a "Do you know who I am"? I think so. Pete McGaha was a wide receiver and a wishbone crazy coach who never passed. Songo Polute. What? I just ate an entire large pizza. Songo Polute Tele. Songa Polutele. Songa Polutele. Did I do it? Yeah, I played all 4 years. We'd go to football camp at Furman. The coach was Bobby Lamb, who ended up going to Mercer. I don't know where is Bobby Lamb now coaching. They would film your throwing motion and tell you why you sucked. Be like, what, you know. Where is Bobby Lamb? Where are you coaching now? Anderson, South Carolina? The D2 school. Okay. But he would give the same speech every year. Like, there's a tennis camp going on in short skirts. Okay, just you don't want to get in trouble. Like, I know the girls look pretty good. Okay, Lord knows I know these girls look good, but you can't touch them. Every year, 4 years, same speech. What were you doing a weight loss challenge a couple months ago? Well, I eat an entire large pizza to let my body know what it's missing out on. Yeah. So like it's not like bad or anything. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, it's totally fine. It's totally fine. Either way, 3rd and 11 for Cal here. Saga Palootiloo dances out of the pocket. Throws. Complete. Missed tackle. Still on his feet. Cal's almost brings it out to the 50. Cal almost brought that son of a bitch out to the 50. Damn, we almost went through a whole can of dip, too. What a bunch of fat-ass pieces of shit we are. Like how I drug y'all into that? What are we doing eating an entire pizza, dipping a whole can of dip? What are we doing? Am I becoming John Daly, the John Daly of streaming? I might. Hey, John, how do you play golf so well? Well, I just knock the piss out of the ball, and if I can find it, I hit it again. Quote, unquote, John Daly. He's my idol. I idolize John Daly. 2nd and 11 for Cal. See if they can bring this back to a one-score game. Throw, intercepted again. Yeah, Cal's quarterback is friggin' dog water, man. Hot dog water. How many picks is that for this idiot? How many picks is that for this idiot? Where's the box score? Not Gamecast. Well, that'll work too. Box score. That only one that's his first interception. I could have sworn he threw another interception. No way that's just one. That's got to be a second interception. I just walk up and hit the ball, John Daly. Yeah. And then he said, if I can find it, then I'll hit it again. How did they put up 21? I don't know, man. They were up 14-0 before we even started watching this game. What are you doing? Should we play a we should play a song for the Florida State fans. I feel like they would like to hear Taking Back Sunday. That Taking Back Sunday, that has to be their favorite band. This portion of Story Hour brought to you by King's Ransom. Yeah. Do you shit your pants and then not get laid because it's so rancid? Use King's Ransom. No, I'm actually about to join the One Life up here, though. Crazy off topic, but I didn't realize Jeff is a defensive assistant coach. Yeah, where you been? Carson Beck is a known Taking Back Sunday fan. It probably is. Hold on. That just means Jeff basically just sits on the sideline with a coloring book. He does. That's exactly what he does. Where do I think Georgia Tech will be ranked? What do they sit there at 17? Where are they now? 17 or 18? They'll move up, I don't know, 3 spots maybe. They'll move in the top 15. Yeah, they'll probably move in the top 15. $14th could work. 14th could do it. All right. 10 minutes to go in the third. Duke's got the ball on their own 41. Tunnel screen. Boy, gotta love all the screens. Love it. You read they make Jeffrey spot the difference in 2 pictures that are exactly the same? I mean, I just don't understand how that guy isn't disqualified from being on any coaching staff ever. All right, Duke 2nd and 10 now. Handoff. Pick up about 3, 2, maybe 2. What time we got? How long have we been streaming for? It's got to be forever. Damn, my studio crashed. How long have we been streaming for? $5 hours? Only 5 hours? Yeah, he is a good talker. He's a good bullshitter. 3rd and 8 for Duke. Throw. That should have been intercepted. If Tech beats UGA, are we getting... Man, 24-hour streams are insane. First of all, if you've never done something like this where you're constantly talking, like, it hurts your voice. So just to stream for like this long will make my voice kind of scratchy. I can't imagine, talking, I don't know, in an hour talking for 40 minutes of it. Let's say there's only 20 minutes of silence. That would be rough. I know Pete's done it. Oh, Jeff will be a great politician. Hey, do you want me to say a lot and not do shit? Vote for me. That's every politician ever. Me and C-Dog tag team in. I gotta pee again. High level bullshitter. High level. Huddle House Jeff Collins, NC07. Me too, man. If I could get paid to suck as much ass as he does without starting an OnlyFans, I mean, you couldn't tell me nothing. Oh, me. All right, 31-21. Duke will have to punt. We'll see what happens. The one and only thing I do love about Kelly Quinlan is how much he hates Jeff. Well, he sucked his balls the whole time he was here, though. Yeah, he says that now. Another Cal interception loading. Band saying nice things about Kelly Q. Look, there's a ton of people that like Kelly. If that's your flavor, that's your flavor. I don't get it. I don't really see how you can stand by while someone says, I'm going to motherfuck you into the Stone Age every time, you say something he doesn't like. That's kind of crazy to me, but he's banned hundreds of people from JOL because, his feelings got hurt about something. So let me ask you this. Do you guys remember when you were in high school, all the things that you thought were so freaking cool? Like the trends that were cool in high school, stupid things that were said. You're like, oh my God, that's awesome. Things you thought were important in high school, like how much you bench and squat. That was the most important thing to me when I was in high school. How much you power clean, how much you bench, how much you squat. That's all that mattered. And then you graduate, and no one gives a shit about any of that. Oh, you bench 350? I make 120 grand a year. What does benching 300 mean to me? What's benching 300? Is that putting food on your table? It's amazing how stark the differences are as soon as you leave high school. Cal run up the middle. Not much going. I went on his live one time and told him this recruiting class for Tech is very disappointing, and he was mad at me and said I didn't have an eye for talent. Well, look, here's everything you need to know. And there are people that are like legitimately brainwashed for him. Another sack for Cal. They might let him have the incompletion. Yeah, they might give him the incompletion on that. Let me see if I can find the DM he sent me however long ago. Oh, they only saves your DMs for so far. I mean, I could pull up the video, but that I made a video about him flicking off his own fans because he got on there and bitched about having, oh guys, you don't realize how hard I have to work, and I get on a plane and travel, and basically like y'all don't appreciate my ass. And then someone asked him the logical question of, if you hate it so much, why do it? And then he goes, well, that's what Kelly did, and I made a video about it because I thought it was bullshit. He then DM'd me saying that his kid watches the show and, you know, what would his kids think? And, you know, I should think about that. And it's like, well, you should think about that before you do it. What do I have to do with what your kid sees, man? And he's trying to tell me what I can and can't say. And people defended him on that. These DMs don't mean what you think they mean. Okay, then he tells people on JOL to false flag my videos. That is the thing about tech, is the recruiting class should be much, much better. Well, you shouldn't just crash out anytime someone questions it. And I'll be honest, man, that's why tech rolls out the red carpet for him. Because he's a good little obedient boy. You know, he'll never say anything disparaging. And that's fine. It's why I would never be interested in going to a press conference, because the only reason to go to the press conference, like if you ever ask anything that's even remotely critical, I mean, you're going to get banned. Like, they're not going to put up with that. He also, from someone who I know, not Bryce Coon, 100% not Bryce Coon, someone that was in the press box with him. So in the press box with the media people, he's not a loyal tech fan. What are you talking about? He's not a fan. You're disagreeing with him if you say he's a loyal tech fan. He says that he's not a fan. But tech will provide, like, you know, they'll have like 30 Chick-fil-A sandwiches for them. So everyone leaves the press box at like half to go use the bathroom. Kelly Quinlan shovels all of those Chick-fil-A sandwiches in his bag. All of them. Leaves none for anybody else. Just a weird guy, man. Like, that's weird. Another sack. How many sacks is that for Cal? That's insane. Jeez. Interceptions, returns, defense, sacks. That's 4. 4 sacks for Duke on the day. Like, why would you do that? He was confronted by someone who saw it and he scurried off. Like, what? I mean, what? Like, people act like Kelly Quinlan has done something for Georgia Tech worth talking. He hasn't. What has he done for? What has he done? He's done his job of reporting on the team. Yeah. Yeah, he tried to take food out of Bryce's mouth too. And I'm not one to defend what Bryce does, but he's a child. He's an absolute child. Tried to rat fuck Bryce behind his back. Yeah, 100% he did. When he went after me, I started making calls. He did go to UGA, and that's the thing. Like, I hate that Bryce has these UGA nut huggers on his show that I rarely watch. But Kelly literally graduated from UGA. Like, he literally graduated from UGA. I remember seeing one of his posts on Twitter at the end of the weight game, and he called it end of regulation. Well, look, I mean, whatever with that. I'm like, he's not a good person. Like, he's a shitty person. Like, if you in the comment section did something I didn't like, and then I called your boss, which is the equivalent of what he tried to do with me. I called your boss and tried to get you fired. You would call me a piece of shit. Somehow he's got hundreds of people that defend that. Like the ends always justify, the means with him. And once we started getting in a spat, dozens of people that were JOL subscribers reached out to me. I've never once had a JOL subscription. Hand on the Bible, may God strike me dead if I'm lying. I've never had a JOL subscription. People that were disgruntled JOL subscribers would send me what was going on, though, and like, dude, this isn't right. Like, we got to do something about this. Like, that's how that went down. Setting that aside, he's also hysterical. To me, he's one of the funniest. Like, who's the guy from Seinfeld that the little short fat guy in Seinfeld? Norman, is it Norman? You know what I'm talking about? He was in Jurassic Park too. He's funny in the way that guy is funny. So, if you weren't subscribers back when I went Newman. Some of y'all might remember when I went up to Syracuse, he was on the same flight back as me. Okay. And he's obsessed with airplanes in a 100% autistic type way. Like he has a little list of every plane he's ever been on, and he like checks off he will take a specific flight to get on a specific plane to check off his list. Now, is it funny? Yeah. I mean, it's not, whatever though. People like what they like. But he was on the same flight back with me. And I'm waiting to board. Now, if you don't, like, we've all flown, right? So you'll have a boarding group, like, oh, you're boarding group 3. You all sit around the desk and wait for your boarding group to be called. I'm not exaggerating. For at least 30 minutes before they called a single boarding group, Kelly Quinlan stood, like if the microphone is the person calling boarding, Kelly Quinlan stood right here for 30 minutes. And I'm like, well, I mean, hell, he's probably first class or something, as much as he flies. He was boarding group 9. So he stood there for like an hour or like 45 minutes just to do it. Weird. I'd be curious on your thoughts on the fans that kept wanting to bench King and put Philo in. Reminds me of UGA fans wanting to bench Stetson Bennett for Beck. So I feel like that's a nuanced conversation. Let's take the low-hanging fruit there. The guy that was at the game that just yelled Philo for an entire quarter or longer and made a lady leave, fuck that guy. That's insane to do, even if you're thinking it, right? I do understand people seeing like how King played in the first half of Wake and thinking, give Philo a series. If someone like tweeted that, like I wouldn't berate them for it. But people that will come out and be like, King's washed, King's done, I'm done with King, that to me is crazy, right? Just to wash your hands of them and then just be like, all right, we're done with them. But yeah, I get people wanting to bring Philo in situationally. We did it last year, right? Like we did it to great effect last year. Now, as far as insinuating Key needs to be fired, to me, that's flat out insanity on another level. Like, I don't get that. I'm not saying that we don't get to a point where that becomes a conversation, but we're not even close to that. Yeah, I get how we played against Wake and stuff. Like, I get all that. I get the 9-8 against unranked opponents, ACC opponents, but insinuating Key, like oh, we got to get rid of Key. I don't understand that. And they'll be the same people like, oh, well, Key isn't leaving to go to Florida or something. Well, why is he in those conversations? Because he's kind of doing a hell of a job at Georgia Tech, right? Nobody wants him benched. We want him used situationally. Key has this delusion that King gets better when he's hurt. I try to be as fair about stuff as possible. He's kind of been proven right, though, in that. And I think that's a crazy way to manage your team, of being like, well, the more hurt he is, the better. However, he's kind of right with King. Key doesn't need to be fired, but if he loses like 6 games this year, then yeah, it's not. I don't agree with that either, man. Not at all. So if he loses 6 games this year, he needs to be fired. I don't know. I mean, he just signed a contract. You'd have to pay him out a good bit. I think the weight game was the case of Haynes King being ordered not to run on and no plays called that would help. Yeah, probably. A handful were full-on phyllocycosis. Yeah. Yeah, one of them has King in their Twitter name, which surprised me. Like, huh? What are you talking about? Now, I will say this. I don't think it does any favors to Haynes King, the man and player, to just mash him into the ground. Because let's be honest, after this year, King's going to be used up and done. King's not going to have anything left after this year. He has 0 draft stock, I think. I think he has 0 draft stock. He would be very lucky to make a practice squad probably in the NFL. This is all he has. I think Brent Key earns himself at least a couple more years. Oh, I wouldn't say a couple. He's certainly earned himself another year, though. What's going on, Octavian? We need to give Jamal Haynes the ball more. That's the other thing that me and Sea-Dog talked about. You know, Jamal Haynes played shittier than Haynes King in the Wake Forest game, and I didn't see any or hardly any criticism toward Jamal Haynes. I didn't see anyone saying we need to bench Jamal Haynes. I'm done with Jamal Haynes. You know, that kid from Penn is better. And they'll say, well, you know, but he was hurt, though. Well, King is indefinitely hurt, though. And that's the reason that you're saying he needs to go. You're playing Wake Forest. Oh, okay. King has given his body for this team, so I wouldn't bench him. Dude is not going to be able to walk 10 years from now. I think he's going to have some issues for the rest of his life, for sure. The Duke game in 2 weeks might be our toughest game of the season so far. Yeah, Duke has looked good the past 2 weeks. They got down 14-0 in this Cal game, but then they ripped off 31 points in their ass pretty quick. Who is even thinking about a future without Key? We are undefeated. Yeah, people are pretty quick to want to pull the trigger on somebody. 2nd and 19, another drop. Jamal and King have these types of games against teams each should win. It's wild, but big games, those guys go nutty. That's true. So you're going to be Wake against me? I'm not going to lie, dude. I've played a shit ton of NCAA as of late. I've won 8 national titles with Georgia Tech. Do you think Penn State will be ranked? They shouldn't be. If Penn State is ranked after this UCLA loss, then just don't ever pay attention to that poll again. Well, we already know that people that are retarded vote on it. So, I mean, you really shouldn't take it that serious anyway. 3rd and 19, Cal doesn't convert. But yeah, there's not any universe in which Penn State should be ranked. There wasn't a universe they should have been ranked in the top 10 when they played UCLA. All right, we'll set up a date, man. You just be patient. Illinois was ranked after losing by 53 to Indiana. Yeah, but Indiana was a top team too, weren't they? They were like at least top 15. Penn State's loss is bigger upset than NIU versus Notre Dame. Duke's going to get pinned on their own 3, but maybe it's recency bias, but like UCLA, it feels like UCLA is a worse loss, especially with all the narrative surrounding Penn State, because this probably knocks Penn State out of the playoffs. This loss to UCLA this early in the season probably squarely knocks Penn State out of the playoffs. Notre Dame lost to NIU and still made a national title run. They didn't win it, but they made a national title after that. There's really no hope for Penn State moving forward. Yeah, UCLA is awful. UCLA is one of the few teams that I might say is worse than North Carolina. Yeah, someone earlier, Mark, brought that up. The last time a 0-4 unranked team beat a top 10 team, Apple I was released. The first Apple computer was released in 1985. Joel Klatt picked Penn to win the Natty last year. How could you pick Penn to win a Natty until they went? What's Franklin's record against the top 10? It's like 2-18 or something. 2nd and 7 for Duke. Ball was high, but he came down with that for a first. Yeah, PSU always disappoints, and we're not talking power supplies. Oh, little RPO action and another great catch for Duke. I wouldn't be shocked if Penn State fires Franklin, to be honest. Let's look at what is it James Franklin? What's his name? Let's see what his buyout would be. I still have Bonnie Blue pulled up here on one of my tabs, right next to Bobby Lamb. I'm on a list, most definitely. Oh, 6 hours ago, there's an article detailing what his buyout is on USA Today. Oh my God, just show me the article, man. Jesus Christ, with all these ads. James Franklin, let's see. $50 million. They would owe him $50 million if he's fired before October 4th. He makes $7 million a year. Annual loan for life insurance of $1 million. I don't know what that clause is. Yeah. They not firing Franklin. $50 million, that'd be one of the biggest buyouts of all time. There's no way they're going to fire him. So it's known now we are going to lose at minimum 1 game before UGA. I'm curious what you think it might be. So you're asking me if you have like a crystal ball that will tell you the future, and you shake the 8 ball and it says we're losing 1 game for sure. Which one will it be? Is that the question? Did I state it correctly? Watch Penn State be ranked ahead. I like Georgia Tech's chances against Penn State. If we were playing on a neutral side, I'd probably take Penn State. Okay. Let me pull up our schedule again. I assume you said before you're excluding UGA. Before the season, Boston College scared me. I'm not at all worried about Boston College. I'm not at all worried about Syracuse. I think Pitt could be a dangerous team, but you've got them in Atlanta. We've got a bye before Virginia Tech, and that's at home. I'm going to be honest with you. If you told me we're going to lose one game before Georgia, I'd say NC State. And that's not because I necessarily think today that's the team we're most likely to lose to. I pick NC State. One, it's on the road, but two, because we play Virginia Tech, Duke, Syracuse, NC State. I think we'll have some injury problems that are significant going into NC State. Like Haynes King could very well be unavailable. Jamal Haynes could be unavailable. You could have a Kilo Stone unavailable. Like any one of those three would be detrimental. I think that's likely to happen for NC State. So I'm going to go with NC State. Duke looks good, but let's see. Let's go to Winsipedia. Georgia Tech, Duke. Didn't you pick Georgia Tech to lose to Boston College? I did, and NC State, I think. Yeah, I got flamed for that. Duke's best offseason that we play outside of... Okay, so the last time we lost to Duke was 2019 in Durham. So we've won the past 4 in a row. Now, Duke ripped off 3 in a row from 2017, 2018, 2019. When did Key take over? Yeah, Key didn't lose a Duke. So last time we lost to Duke, we had the worst coach in the history of our program. I just think we beat Duke. I mean, that's just how I feel. I can't read confirmed. What are you talking about? Is the best offense that we play outside of UGA. Oh, okay. Yeah, Duke looks good. What did I say that was messed up? I don't doubt you. Collins beat Duke twice. I already got out of it. There's a lot of things I can't do. Just stick around. You'll become more and more aware of them. Duke was beating Tech 38-7 at halftime during Collins' first season. Yeah, that's when they still had, what's his face before Elko got there? Cutcliffe. That's another interesting thought experiment. I do think that we could have hired Dave Cutcliffe instead of Paul Johnson. I think Cutcliffe would have come here. And people might get mad at me. I think we would have been way better off had we hired Cutcliffe as opposed to Cutcliffe as opposed to Paul Johnson in the long run. Maybe you could have got someone like Trevor Lawrence. Who knows? It was never even a possibility with the triple option, though. Is the best offseason we play. Well, I mean, dude, it's 1:20 in the morning. I'm not firing on all cylinders. Tunnel screen again. There's Mojo. Mojo's a guy that played for Paul Johnson. Mojo, would you have rather played for Cutcliffe rather than Paul Johnson? I mean, I think I know the answer, but. Rec, my take is that Tech this year is last year's Miami with playing mid teams way too close and nearly losing to them. I'm worried NC State is our Georgia Tech, if that makes sense. Yeah. I mean, it's not a straight one-for-one comparison, but I know what you're saying. Damn, that was almost picked. Yeah, I know the answer. Appreciate the $2. We should be in the 13 to 15 range tomorrow. I'll take your word for it. I mean, I just do not. I'm not just saying this. I just do not care what our ranking is right now. I'm not all that concerned with it. I don't do rank. I do the power rankings for the ACC teams because I want to talk about all the ACC teams and I want to shit on North Carolina and Florida State every week. Duke's got to punt this thing away. Yeah, I was going to go to the NC State game. but that's the day after Halloween. So I'd either have to miss Halloween with my daughter, who's 5, which is unacceptable, or I'd have to feel rushed to get out of town and leave at like midnight, and that's not fair to my kid either. So I'm not going to go to an away game this year, and I think this is the last year that I'm going to go to every home game, just because they're like, one, honestly, there's an opportunity cost of not streaming and being at the game, but two, I enjoy streaming probably more than I enjoy being at the games now. Like I'll still go to a handful every year. I don't know though, because like my dad's not old, you know, my dad's 59, but that's like one of the only times I get to see him too. So I don't know. I got to think about it. You're lucky you don't have to hand out candy to hundreds of trick-or-treaters. No, the kid's mom sets that up, and I'm just like, tell me where to show up. My dad's 59, yeah. My dad had me when he was fairly young. I don't know, he was 23 or something. And in fact, I was born in the summer. Right around the time I was born, Saddam had invaded Kuwait, and my dad is a second lieutenant or first lieutenant in the army, and he just has this ticker tape thing. He was in the Signal Corps. They just said, yeah, Saddam invaded Kuwait. You know, we're probably about to go to war. And he was like, oh, shit. About to have a kid, and I'm not even going to be here to see it. Luckily, that war only lasted 2 weeks. No, I'm not 36. Duke will have the ACC tiebreaker over Tech if we lose to them. You thought I was 28? Buddy. I mean, see all this gray hair? How would I remember the 90s if I'm 28? I couldn't be 28 and remember the 90s. I wouldn't even remember 9/11 if I was 28. I was much older when I went to Tech. I had gone burnt my life down before I ever went back to school. Yeah, so I was the oldest person in my class. I meant 28 years ago was during the 90s. Oh, yeah. He remembers Bobby Dodd. Yeah, I'm actually 90 years old, guys. I'm a vampire. I got bit when I was fairly young, and the movie Twilight pisses me off because it's totally unrealistic. Rank these 3 correctly by age. Bill, Mac Brown, WreckTalk. Bill, I think you have them in the order of oldest to youngest already. Pretty sure Bill Belichick's older than Mac Brown. Let's see. Matt Brown, 74. And Bill Belichick is 73. No, Mac Brown is a year older than Belichick. Damn. Rick has avoided all Tylenol to look this good at 90. No, I'm a vampire. Bill Belichick even looks like Mac Brown. To me, he looks older than Mac Brown. Maybe it's because he's always standing next to a 20-something-year-old, so you see this stark contrast of youth and wrinkly old ball man. I think me and Mojo are around the same age. I don't remember how old Joe Gilbert is. He might be a year or two older than me. Blue Chew Bill. Yeah. Jordan isn't that hot to me. No. Jordan is a good example of like, this is just for me. Like, she looks like a porcelain model of a real person. Like, she doesn't look like a real person. Like, she has so much makeup on and foundation and all this other bullshit. She looks like when you go to Vegas and you see those clay models of like Obama and Muhammad Ali and whatnot. She's a 10 to Bill, though. Let me look at Bill's ex-wife. Because if you don't know anything about WreckTalk, I do enjoy the older ladies. Bill Belichick, ex-wife. Yeah, dude, his ex-wife. There ain't nothing wrong with his ex-wife, man. Look at this. Where's my right screen? She's a good-looking lady. Why did he have to ruin this? I don't understand that. For some girl that's going to run off with all your money that don't care about you? I do, man. I'll tell you this. When I started dating who would become my ex-wife, I was 20 and she was 29. Did she leave him? Imagine being married for decades and you find out your spouse is cheating on you with a 20-something-year-old. Well, you know my policy on that. Like if I was in a relationship with a girl and she cheated on me, don't tell me. I don't want to know. I do not want to know. Nothing good can come of me knowing. You either need to eat that and be okay with being a piece of shit and live with it, or you need to leave. I don't want to know you cheated on me, though. I've never cheated on a girl, but if I did, I also would not tell her. Because the only reason I would be telling her would be to destroy her, just destroy her emotionally so that I could feel better about it. Oh, I got that off my chest. Bullshit. Is Georgia Tech going to be better or worse next year given our rise and Aaron Philo coming in as Haynes King's replacement? Will recruiting go a lot better than usual, you think? I think Aaron Philo, with his arm talent, with like Isaiah Canyon and who else might be in that room, could be dangerous. You'll also have Hosley for that year. You also got some other guys in that running back room. It's funny you asked that because when we did the final grades with me, Sea-Dog, and Tantor made a comment. And Tantor said, I think when all is said and done, Aaron Philo will be a better quarterback than Haynes King. And everyone flamed the shit out of him for saying that. And it turns out, as far as that line of thinking is concerned, he was ahead of the curve. He was just ahead of the curve. I haven't seen next year's schedule. Let me look at next year's schedule. Tennessee, so Colorado, Tennessee, Mercer, at Georgia, at Clemson, Boston College, Duke, Louisville, Wake, at Pitt, at Stanford, at Virginia Tech. Yeah, next year's schedule's fairly rough. If you mean better record-wise, probably not, which is an artifact of the schedule. If you mean just a better team that's capable of playing at a higher level, then maybe. Yeah, maybe. Big question, will Buster remake the playbook to tailor to Philo? Our current playbook, we all know that our current playbook is tailored around King. He already did that last year. I mean, how many quarterback powers and read options and et cetera did you see Philo run when he started entire games, right? I mean, this is already true. And that's the mark of a good coordinator. I'm going to call the offense that highlights what we do best, that puts our players in a position to do with what they do best. You know, asking Haynes King to throw 42 times a game is not an equation for success with Haynes King. It's not. I can English. Hey, I know y'all are saying I can't read. Y'all aren't helping me out any, though. Y'all aren't helping me out much. 9:58 to go in this game, by the way. We haven't been paying attention to it. 31-21. Nothing's happened, though, since we've gone off on our tangents. Oh, as soon as I look, Duke rips off a huge run. Haynes King is 100 times better of a player than Carson Beck or Klubnik or Nussmeier ever could be. Intangibles and everything. Well, preseason I would have disagreed with that, but Klubnik has looked awful this year. 1st and 10 for Duke. Pick up a couple. Yeah, Beck is looking okay. Beck's looking really good. Beck's probably, I'm not saying he's the best quarterback. Listen to what I'm saying. Beck's probably the best quarterback with the best players around him. I did watch Bama Vandy. King got nerfed as far as being a pure quarterback when he hurt his shoulder. I mean, it just, you're not going to see the Haynes King that threw like he did against Louisville in that first game he started. That guy doesn't exist anymore. Touchdown Duke. Damn, Duke's going to end up blowing them out, being down 14 points in this game. Okay, so I didn't watch all of it. Like, I was at the baby shower for Sea-Dog. What did Pavia do to blow that game? Hey, y'all tell me what Pavia did to blow that. Hey, Sponge, can I have another order? Multiple turnovers, just bad decisions, horrible fun. But yeah, he threw like 2 picks, didn't he? Yeah, I did see the pick. But Vandy Danny was in here saying, well, we're going to beat Texas for sure. We're going to beat LSU for sure. Both those teams might have a better defenses than Alabama does. What are you talking about? How is that a for sure thing? Yeah, how is that for sure? Haynes King doesn't sell games, he wins them. Yeah, no, he's all right. Texas has been as. Yeah, people forget that Steve Sarkisian was a drunk. Showed up to practice at USC drunk as shit. And then he went to Nick Saban's rehab for reject coaches. Bill Belichick's terrible. Who could have predicted that? This guy. And I'm almost tired of being right about North Carolina. I mean, there's nothing that I've ever said about North Carolina that wasn't like immediately proven true. Immediately. First half of the season. Jeff Collins set shit records, giving up 70 to JMU. Bill Belichick, historic losses already. I think TCU, what was that? The biggest margin of loss in an opener in school history, I think. I mean, when is North Carolina going to learn that they need to talk to me before they hire a coach? Just give me a call. I'll throw you a bone. I won't tell you who to hire. I'll tell you who you shouldn't hire. A guy that won 9 games and 3 1/4 seasons as a head coach, probably not a good idea. A guy that's never coached down a college football since before we landed on the moon, that's probably not a good idea. When am I starting my coaching career and where? What's the most, WreckTalk school? Let's see. I'd have to think about it. Georgia Tech O-line coach. I don't know. I'm not an O-line guru. Yeah, Georgia Southern would be good. Valdosta State would be it. No expectations. No, Kennesaw State couldn't afford me. I'd have to take a pay cut to go coach at Kennesaw State. That's not even a lie. Like, aside from me being the head coach, if I was going to go be like the linebackers coach for Kennesaw State, I would take a substantial pay cut to do that based on what I know they make. In fact, if I really wanted to stick it to X-Rex, I would go coach at Kennesaw State and be like, I mean, I make half what I do now. I don't know what to tell you. I can't pay you as much. That's how down bad Kennesaw State is. Another sack. God almighty. UCLA interim coach. Yeah, UCLA hires the first interim coach. Usually you just promote somebody, but they're going to actually hire an interim. $7.50 to go in this game. The left-handed moron, by some miracle, didn't take a sack. You don't feel Penn State so ass? Yeah. Yeah. All right. Cal 1st and 10. Damn, he's going to take another sack? Oh, the guy bobbled it and caught it, and they're going to get a first down out of it now. Cal across midfield. How confident am I against Duke? If a line was set on it today, I mean, it would be a pick 'em. It'd be a 2.5 line either way. I could see it being a 2.5 line either way. It'd probably be in Georgia Tech's favor because that would be the best way to get money on each side. I mean, I'm not super confident against Duke. Another pick. That's number 3 for this idiot. How many times are teams not going to listen to me and start left-handed idiot quarterbacks? Yeah, Cal's quarterback is ass. What hand is he throwing this football with? His left one. That pick wasn't even his fault, though. It was kind of his fault. He threw it too high, but that guy still should have caught it. Yeah, that guy still should have caught it. I'm fading fast. Brent Key, a good coach? Yeah, Brent Key's a good coach. Boobs are good and water's wet. He was lighting them up. He started the game in the first quarter through like 122 yards. And then we started watching him, and he completely melted down. I don't know what this guy thinks he's doing. Let's go peruse Twitter while we're on a commercial break here. Damn, Coach Coop at the game. Plant the spear. I hate to go scorched earth, but it might seriously be time for a change. Year 6 with 0 top 10 classes, 1-9 in the last 10. Florida State is 1-9 in their last 10 ACC games, and they dared open their damn dick suckers to everybody on the internet and talk shit. That's embarrassing. 7 straight ACC losses, 3 losing seasons in 5 years, losing record versus rivals. The Bama win doesn't matter anymore. Tell me I'm wrong. You're not wrong. However, everyone has told you this for 2 years now. 2 years. People have tried to tell you Mike Norvell doesn't, he's not a good coach, doesn't know what he's doing. People called me an idiot for saying Mike Norvell. I ranked him, I think I did a ranking of the ACC coaches, and I ranked Mike Norvell last. People are like, oh my God, you're crazy. I'm like, name me another coach that could feasibly go 2-10 in the ACC. As bad of a coach as Jeff Collins is, he never went 2-10. And he was actively trying to sabotage himself with his stupidity. I mean, it's bad. Seems extreme. Team has fight. If we go 10-2 the rest of the way, do you feel the same way? You're not going 10-2. I'm just as likely to have sex with Jessica Alba tonight as they are to go 10-2 this year. What are you talking about? Need 20. Yeah, their problem's money. We need 20 more million for the NIL. I ain't gonna make a difference. That will not make a difference. And here's another fact. Georgia Tech is a better program than them right now. Georgia Tech's owned Florida State. They lost to Jeff Collins. The same guy that's currently their coach lost to Jeff Collins. I think almost every other coach that Jeff Collins beat has been fired in the ACC. Manny Diaz is at Duke now, but I think he beat Manny Diaz at Miami. He got fired. Mac Brown was fired. Who else did he beat in the ACC? I think he beat Dave Doran. Duke's going to score again. Damn, Duke scores again. Yeah, no, Miami's legit. Cal's defense, we were talking about how great Cal's defense was on the ACC show. Cal's defense is straight ass. The Bama game changed expectations, but what were the preseason expectations this year? 8 or 9 wins. That's totally in range. If it ends up less than 8, it's a conversation. Well, they say they're going to win every game, though. They own the ACC. They sue their own conference. They sue ESPN. Nothing's their fault. Putting the first year on him is crazy work. Year 2 and last year, fine. Yeah, but he's been there for 5 years, buddy. Who's replacing him, though? Literally anybody that can hold a clipboard could replace Mike Norvell. This is when you know it's bad. Oh, we got to comment on. I mean, this game's 5 minutes left. This game's basically over. Let's switch screens here. Anyone remember this moron? All right. Yep. I think this will do. Let's see what else this idiot's been saying. This guy's embarrassing. Yeah, look at this. An hour ago, all they want to do, oh, Shador, look when we played TCU and they went 5-7. They're going to brag about beating TCU in a year TCU went 5-7, and you literally had the Heisman Trophy winner on your team. Yeah, they're wanting to bench him again. Yeah, they want to bench him again. Damn, down bad. He won't even respond to me now. He knows what it is. Oh, touchdown Tim gloating, though. Touchdown Tim getting their ass. Tried to tell you FSU fans you didn't listen. Miami runs this state. One weird bounce on an onside away from the worst blown lead in history. Yeah, that was the difference in the game. Oh, damn, they're going to plant their flag. Remember when Ohio State tried to pass a law that said you couldn't do this stuff? That's a crime in Ohio, or it could be a crime. All right, I got to get off here, or I'm going to get my stream taken down off this damn ESPN feeds. Salter did throw 3 picks today. Yeah. But so when they said most electrifying quarterback in history, did they just throw another pick? Did Cal just throw another pick? Cal just threw another pick. Oh my God. How many picks is that now? 3 interceptions? Damn. The U is back. We dominated but pissed the finish. I mean, you won. But yeah, I did not predict them doing that. Like, oh, we were just one onside kick away. Well, why were you one onside kick away? Because you got your ass beat for the majority of that game into the ground. How did Cal get up 21-7? I don't know, man. I guess Duke, reset the game or something. DJ Lagway did win today. That is correct. Damn, Duke's still running all over them. Duke dragging Cal players. 3:44 to go in the game. Kind of wish Georgia Tech could put Miami in their place this year. Yeah, they could play in the ACC title game. And that could be a weird game. For whatever reason, Georgia Tech has had Miami's number. So, I mean, maybe crazy things could happen. They would love to beat Georgia Tech and get the ACC title, drought off their back, I'm sure. Weird looking read option there. Duke's got their damn backups in now. What is Bull City on Duke's helmets? I just noticed that. What the hell is Bull City? It's not a devil's head they're making, it's a bull. The Bull City hand sign throwing horns has become a staple of Duke student culture, as well as their off-campus moniker. Bull City represents a point of pride for Durham residents. Okay, cool. I don't really just make your mascot a bull then. Why all this Bull City stuff? Durham has the Durham Bulls. Is that another team? Okay. I believe you. If that's what you say, if that's what you say, I believe you. Everyone in the research triangle does this bull stuff. If Georgia Tech loses to Pitt, then beats UGA and loses the ACC championship, would they be in? Yeah, I guess you're assuming they win they win every other game. So they'd be a two-loss ACC non-champion with a win over Georgia. Honestly, probably does not get into the playoffs. They'll put a 3-loss SEC team in over Tech in that scenario. You haven't said much about Under Armour, but I just hope they actually make fan stuff. Yeah, I got to make a video about it. I was seeing it play out. I think there's some inaccurate stuff reported on it, like the $18 million cash doesn't seem to be true. I don't know. I have to see if I can ask some people about what really is going on with that. I don't think anyone outside of the know knows, though. Texas 3 losses has been promised a playoff spot 3,000 years ago. I mean, let's see what is Oregon's branding deal for football. Let's just see what the top tier branding deal is. Yeah, so Oregon signed with Nike. They have an 11-year, $88 million deal. That's $8 million a year. So Tech getting $18 million or whatever doesn't seem like it can possibly be true. That's something that got reported, but they didn't say 6 times more than $3 million. They said worth more than 6 times their current deal, which could mean a lot of different things. That doesn't mean straight cash value. That could be several different things, right? And most certainly is. Texas going 6-6 this year. Hold up. Hold up. So Texas they just lost to Florida. They got number 5 Oklahoma next week, at Kentucky, at Mississippi State, Vanderbilt off, Georgia, Arkansas, Texas, A&M. Yeah, they could go 6-6. No, it's not in the third. We haven't really cared about this for some time. The game's on. I think they just hit the 2-minute timeout. What the hell is Cal doing? Boy, I sure am glad that the ACC sat on a big giant dildo while the rest of these conferences like the Big 12 did what they should have been doing, and we got Cal, Stanford, and SMU. Completely idiotic. Cal, the most indebted team in the country, as much debt as Georgia Tech has been in, Cal was $100 million more in debt when they joined the ACC. I don't even know what it is now. The committee claims they don't penalize conference championship games. Well, the committee says a lot of things. Damn, now Duke's backup quarterback is running all over Cal. Will Florida keep Napier now? I hope they do. Probably not. They beat Texas, but we all kind of knew Texas wasn't very good. I mean, you forget that Florida's schedule's pretty ridiculous. They've got at A&M next week, Mississippi State bye, Georgia on the stupid neutral site they do with them, at Kentucky, at Ole Miss, Tennessee, and Florida State. Duke will need the clock out. That'll be the end of the game. So, let's see how many top 10 teams that Florida has to play. One, A&M, that's one. Ole Miss is two. So they got two top 10 teams. They have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 ranked teams. They only play 2 unranked teams to finish the year. The only unranked teams they have left on their schedule are Mississippi State, who's not a bad team, and at Kentucky. I mean, just listen to this. At A&M, Mississippi State, bye. Neutral site with UGA, at Kentucky, then you stay on the road at Ole Miss, Tennessee, Florida State. Now, maybe Florida State isn't ranked after this week. Who knows? But yeah, Napier's not surviving that. Napier's not surviving that schedule. I mean, shit. I mean, the stretch they were just on, at LSU, at Miami, Texas, at Texas A&M, all 4 of those are top 10 teams. All 4 of them. And I don't think Florida's the worst team that's ever played. Yes, they have a really bad offense. But, I mean, look, you put Georgia up on that schedule even, they're going to drop 3 or 4 games on that. You put Ohio State on that schedule, they're going to drop 3 or 4 games on that schedule. I mean, that's not necessarily an indictment. It's just they were already struggling. So, anyways, it's now 2 a.m. That's been our cutoff time as of late. I appreciate you guys coming in here, hanging out. Let's see how long we've been on. Almost 7 hours straight we've been streaming. Two football games straight. We talked about a girl getting screwed by 1,057 men. We sorted out Joe the Pilot's life. We did a lot of different stuff. You guys have a good night. We'll talk to you next time.